Hey YouTube, what is going on? My name is Fallout, and if you are here watching today's YouTube video, then I'm guessing that you're either a brand new player or you are a returning player. Maybe you haven't played D2 in a long time, and I thought it would be a really good idea to make a lengthy, detailed YouTube video that covers pretty much everything that a new or returning player in D2 would want to learn about so they can maybe hit the ground running. There's a lot to go over. If anyone makes it through today's entire YouTube video, I have no idea how long it's going to be, as we are now beginning to record. It's probably going to be long, but you can check down low on the timeline of today's YouTube video. If I'm doing my job, and I should be, there should be chapters, meaning if you just want to learn about one particular thing, you don't want to watch the whole thing. I only want to learn about armor. I only want to learn about weapons. I only want to learn about boo. Look down low, find the chapter that you're trying to learn about, and click the chapter. And I'll make sure that it's very detailed with all the chapter stuff. If you enjoy today's video, please consider giving it a like. It's probably going to take a long time to put together. If you want more content, definitely subscribe, ring the bell, all that dumb crap that people tell you to do on YouTube. Do it all. And we are recording today's video live on Twitch. So anytime in the future you want to come hang out, be a part of the community in the live chat, come join these wonderful hoodlums out here in my Twitch chat. So, oh, by the way, quick reminder. Again, if you're watching today's video, I am on vacation. Please remember that. I am in Alaska for 10 days at the beginning of Destiny 2 Season 15. We have a couple of videos that are going to go live while I'm gone. I am not skimping on the Season 15 content. We will cover that when I get back. But for right now, yay, pre-recorded content. Part 1 of today's guide. We are going to talk about the 3 classes in Destiny, which one you might want to play. If you're super brand new, you don't know about these classes, we'll talk about each and every one. So the first class we're going to talk about today, we can actually talk about the Titan. I'm on my Titan right now in orbit. This is a Titan. You can think of the Titan power fantasy kind of like a big, burly space soldier. They're supposed to be kind of like the front line, the tank, the defensive class. They have a lot going for them, and it's very hard to break down because Destiny doesn't follow the traditional RPG elements. When you think tank, you think way more health than everybody else, right? That's what you might think. But in Destiny, it doesn't really work that way. You can have a build where a Hunter, who is kind of like the mobile class, can have more health than a Titan. It's all dependent on how you build them. But the power fantasy of the Titan is the front of the line, the protector, the defender, the big puncher, the rough and tough, melee guy. So what we're going to do is I'll quickly hop into a private match. I'll show you some very base things about the Titan while also talking about the 4 key things that each class has, which are grenade, melee, ability, and super. Every class has those 4 things. You have a melee ability, you have a grenade, you have a class ability, and you have a super. A lot of the grenade abilities are the same across every class. There are situations where you will have a unique grenade ability, only unique to that class. So the grenade, very dependent on what subclass you are, and we'll get to that in a minute. But for example, you just throw that. Right now, I'm on a Stasis class, which is kind of like the ice subclass, and I can throw a glacier grenade. That is your grenade ability in action. You also have the ability to do your melee ability. Now, sometimes you won't be able to see your melee ability until you connect with a target. Other times like that, you can very clearly see your melee ability. Remember how I mentioned that there are grenades that are very unique to each class? So the Sentinel Titan right here has an ability like that. So they have something called a suppression grenade, which no other class has right now. As of the recording of today's video, it's very unique to the Titan. So the suppression grenade is something you throw. It has really good splash damage, and anyone hit by the blast of that, even if they only take 1 or 2 damage, they now lack the ability to use abilities. So they can't use a melee ability, they can't throw grenades at you, they can't drop a Titan barricade. They can't do anything other than just run and jump and shoot. So they can't use any unique abilities. So as I mentioned, we have the tower barricade, which is very big. It can take a lot of damage. Anyone running through the barricade will not die, but they can take major, major damage. They'll be really hurt and really slowed down. You can break a barricade by shooting it repeatedly if you're on the other team, but usually it's still very good. You can use it in situations where you're maybe trying to block off a doorway or a hallway. See how the tower barricade is very large? It can really help you funnel people through. You can take control of the map. You can use it to lock off bottlenecks and stuff like that. Very good. Also, there is the rally barricade, which I'll show you. Again, unique. We're talking about things unique to the Titan right now. Here's the rally barricade. It's very short. Usually people don't use the rally barricade at all in PvP because it's highly outranked by the tower barricade, but people do use it in PvE. It can help you reload your weapon faster. So if you're trying to do boss damage, you know, drop a rally barricade, you reload quicker. Sure, why not? But that's the main draw of the Titan. So you have everyone has a grenade ability, everyone has a melee ability, but the Titan has the barricade. That is unique to the Titan. Moving on, we'll talk about the fourth thing that I mentioned, which is your super. A super is, if you see the yellow bar in the bottom left-hand corner of my screen, your super is something that will charge up over time. In a game of PvP, you can and will use supers. They'll take you anywhere between 3-ish to 5 minutes or something like that, maybe quicker depending on how you build your character to charge up. You charge it up over time. If you get a kill, your super will charge quicker. And just as an example, here's something that the Titan can do with their super. This is a unique kind of super, very popular in PvE. It's the Titan bubble. It's kind of like the iconic Titan super. If you go inside, you get an unreal amount of overshield. Anyone coming in to fight you in your bubble is probably going to die. And you get weapon damage, which you can see on my HUD on the left-hand corner. You take the weapon damage out of your bubble for a period of time. And every time you go back in, you can refresh that weapon timer. It's very good. You need to make sure that you're constantly watching your HUD on the bottom left because there are buffs and debuffs and things like that that will constantly be popping up. You can learn more about that if you just kind of pay attention to the left side of your HUD. But there are also supers called roaming supers. The Sentinel that I'm on right now actually has 2 different ways to use the super. We have the bubble, which I showed you already, and you have the roaming super, where you can run around and whack people with a shield. You can do kind of a Captain America shield throw, which is really good at auto-targeting people. Very fun way to get kills. You do a little shoulder bashing here. So normally people categorize supers either as a roaming super or kind of like a counter super. So a roaming super would be the one I just showed you, like the shield, where you're kind of running around the map. You're basically trying to charge people down and kill them up close. You can let it go for about a half a minute. That's usually what people call a roaming super. Now, I can also show you what is maybe kind of like a one and done super. Here's a one and done super. Oops, I forgot to put it on. Don't mind me. Middle Tree Arc has a one and done super. The Thunder Crash. You just fly around the map, you find a target, you slam into them, and boom, they're done. So those are usually the 2 categories of super, either like a one and done or a roaming super. More on that later. So that is the Titan power fantasy in a nutshell. Oh, good. Facecam lost focus. Terrific. I figured that that would be happening a lot today. I really love my terrible, terrible webcam. Any subs that we get today will automatically, wow, be put towards the acquisition of a new webcam. So that's the Titan power fantasy right there. They have a bunch of melee abilities. Here's one called the shoulder charge. I think this is the shoulder charge build. You run around, wham, you hit him with an up close and personal shoulder charge melee. It does a lot of damage. That is the Titan power fantasy. Why don't we move on to the Hunter, which I feel is kind of a very opposite on paper design of the Titan. They're very opposite. Whereas the Titan, the power fantasy, is supposed to be strong and bulky and tough and like a frontline defender, like the strong arm. Hunters are quick. And hunters are agile, they're mobile, they're crafty, they're sneaky. That is the entire power fantasy of the hunter. They're supposed to be quick, nimble. And if that appeals to you, you can definitely play a hunter. I'm going to load up a private PvP match real quick. and again, show you kind of a vague idea of what the Hunter is all about. I tell a lot of new people, it really hurts me to say this, but when we get new players who come into Twitch chat and they're like, hey, what's the best class? What's the best class in the game? What's a really strong class? I'm starting off. What should I play? Yeah, Hunters are really good. And the reason I say that is because Hunters have a very good jump and they have a very good class ability. So remember I told you earlier, the 4 things that every Guardian has. So you have the grenade, you have your melee, you have your class ability, and you have your super. So that class ability, the Titan Barricade that I showed you earlier, the Hunter class ability is very, very good. So first off, I'll show you again, like the other class. Let me put on a non-ice class because I already showed you the Glacier Grenade. We'll go to a little gunslinger action. So here we go. Classic Hunter. We got the grenade ability on the gunslinger. Just boom, little traditional grenade. You got the melee ability for the Hunter. One of their melee abilities, one of their many melee abilities is a throwing knife. And here is the Hunter class ability. It's not going to look impressive at first. That is it. It is a dodge. It is a little Hunter dodge twirl. There are 2 different ways that you can use your dodge. One of them is the marksman's dodge, which every time you dodge, you auto reload your weapon. Very handy. And then there is the gambler's dodge, where if you're near any other enemy, then you will automatically regenerate your melee ability. So you can notice that the gambler's dodge is physically the better dodge because you are low to the ground, meaning you're harder to hit, which a lot of times I will actually run the gambler's dodge just because of the fact that you're very low to the ground, very hard to hit, you're more sneaky, harder to shoot, whereas the marksman's dodge, the one that will auto reload your weapon, is you don't go as low to the ground. You kind of maintain your head at head level, meaning it's you can get shot when dodging, but it's very hard, and I'm going to tell you why. One thing that Bungie does not tell you is that when you are Hunter dodging, you literally break aim assist. And that is one of the 2 reasons why the Hunter dodge is very good. So if you're in game and you are trying to shoot a Hunter and they perform a dodge in the middle of the fight, please understand that is going to happen a lot. You will find it hard to shoot Hunters because they are literally breaking aim assist when they dodge. Aim assist, if you're unfamiliar, is your ability to it helps you land shots on a target. If you're new to gaming, if you've just had never heard of what aim assist is, go look that up. But it's your ability to help you land shots. So Hunters are very slippery. The fact that they can break aim assist on the regular with their dodge, it's very good. Now the second reason that the Hunter dodge is very good is because it is tied to your mobility stat. Now I'm going to go over the primary stats later and what they do and what they mean, so don't worry about that. But the Hunter dodge is tied to the mobility stat, and the more you pump up your mobility, the quicker you can regenerate your dodge. And unlike the Titan Barricade, which has a fairly long timer, which I forgot to mention, the Hunter dodge timer is incredibly brief. Out of Warlocks, out of Hunters, out of Titans, Hunters have by far the shortest cooldown on their ability. It's like right now you can look, I'm at mobility tier 7. The highest tier you can go to is 10. And with 7 already, we have a 19-second cooldown on the Hunter dodge, meaning that we can dodge every 19 seconds. And if we pump that mobility even higher, I think you can get it down to about 14 or 12 or something like that. You can get it very, very low. And there are armor mods, which I will go over later in great detail. We're just going to quickly talk about, mods like this. You can reduce your class ability cooldown by using your class ability, so you can reduce the timer even more. Hunters are their class ability IMO, it doesn't look like much. I think it is the strongest class ability in the game. And the second thing about the Hunter is the jump. Their jump is pretty good. Warlocks and Titans kind of have a funny jump. The Hunter jump is just what you would think of in a traditional shooter game. It kind of reminds me of if you're playing Smash Bros, because you have the regular jump and then you can do a double jump. I have triple jump turned on right now. Hunters have the ability to triple jump. But most of the time you just do one jump and then you just do your second jump in the air. You can do it at any time. If you're falling a great height, you can jump again before you hit the ground. I kind of F that up. Falling from a great height, you can jump again before you hit the ground, just so you don't take a buttload of fall damage. That doesn't really happen in PvP very often. It does happen in PvE. So the Hunter supers, again, every class in the game has a super. The Titan supers are more focused on, melee smashing, just a lot of smashing for the Titan. Some of the Hunter supers range from, like the Golden Gun, you can try to pick people off with a one-shot kill across the map. There's some roaming supers. Remember, we talked earlier about a roaming super where you try to roll around the map. Hunters have a really good roaming super right now where you can actually go invisible. I'll show you that real quick. Remember earlier I mentioned Hunters are crafty and sneaky, and they try to, some Hunters have builds that focus on invisibility, which is something that, if you're interested in that, Hunters are the only class which really have the ability to abuse invisibility, mainly on their Night Stalker tree. Again, we'll get into the trees a little bit later, but that is the power fantasy right there of the Hunter. Be quick, be mobile, jump a lot. Hunters love to jump. Hunters love to dodge. They love to do a bunch of crazy crap. So if you're into all of that stuff, definitely check out the Hunter. And now we are going to hop over to the final class, which is the Warlock. Do we have any Warlock mains in Twitch chat right now? I should have been asking y'all to sound off for which class is your favorite. We can do that right now while we're recording. Hey chat, real quick, what's the best class in the game? Go. If you're new to D2 and you want to start an argument, best way, start an argument. Ask people which class is better. I love to argue about that stuff. Anyway, so now we are loading into a PvP game on the Warlock. And the Warlock power fantasy is that they're kind of like space magic. It's really what it boils down to. Space magic. If you were to be a wizard in outer space, that would be the Warlock, which is kind of funny because the Titan and the Hunter also have magic abilities. Like the Hunter has, like, oh, you just throw a magic glacier grenade. But like, I guess according to Bungie, Warlock would be the space magic class. That's kind of what they're about. You would think that they're all about support if you're trying to think of the traditional RPG elements, but there's only really one Warlock class that goes fairly hard into support. All the others are just like offensive magic kind of stuff. So again, let me quickly show you. Every class in the game has the core four, right? The core four, meaning you have a grenade, you have a melee, you have a class ability, and you have a super. Every class has the core four. So right now I can throw a grenade. Some Warlocks, like the one I'm on right now, have the ability to charge up a grenade to make it stronger. That's a subclass specific thing. We'll get into that later. The melee ability, again, will depend on your class. And finally, we have the class ability. So the Titan has the barricade, the big barricade, and the little barricade. Hunter has the very powerful dodge animation. And the Warlocks have this, which is a healing rift. Or you can change it. I shouldn't say healing rift. You could do one of two different types of rifts. There's a healing rift and there is an empowering rift. As you can imagine, being in the healing rift, you are going to continually regenerate your health. You also have a little overshield. If you're standing in the rift, if you watch my health bar up at the top, you see the slow moving turquoise bar up there, meaning that if you're in a healing rift, you will generate overshields over time. Healing rift is very good. I know thinking about maybe dropping something in PvP that gives you the ability to regenerate health sounds very overpowered, but the regeneration rate is not incredibly good. At most, you can use it to, like, if you're trying to challenge somebody from around a corner, it's usually a very good idea to drop a rift near the corner because you can immediately get information from around the corner while in your rift animation. And also you can pop in and out of the engagement like so while dodging gunfire, but also, do a little jiggle peek action here and you're getting your health regen on the spot, which is pretty good. The cooldown on the Rift is fairly long. Again, the Hunters have the shortest ability regeneration timer in the game. Very short. Warlocks, significantly longer. It is tied to their recovery stat. Like right now, I'm at tier 6 recovery out of 10, and it is a 1 minute ability cooldown. So it's a really long time. But that would be to be expected, right? Because if you had the ability to drop a Rift on the floor and it just took, like, you could recharge it in 20 seconds, they would be dropping them left and right. So the other type of Rift that we can mention, other than the Healing Rift, is the Empowering Rift. So whereas the Healing Rift gives you more health over time continually, the Empowering Rift will improve your damage output. And that can be very handy too, because it can change your time to kill in PvP. Usually people don't often do the Empowering Rift because you have to be in it the whole time to reap the benefit of the extra damage. Meaning if I left the Rift, I would not maintain extra damage the way you would with a Titan bubble. You have to be in the Rift. So I think more people roll with the Healing Rift because you can hop in the Healing Rift, get your health back much quicker, and then you can leave because boom, now you're back in the fight. You're trying to get back in the fight quicker. But yeah, the Empowering Rift is a unique play. It's also helpful in PvP if you're in one area and you're trying to do more damage, but I think most people roll with the Healing Rift. I want to show you the Warlock jump real quick before any of the Warlock supers. The Warlock has a very peculiar jump, unlike the Hunter. I should have gone over the Titan jump, but that's okay. So you jump one time, and then when you hit the jump button again, you are gently floofing in the air. People often call that floofing. So again, your main jump, and then again, you hit the button to activate your double jump. And rather than going higher, like the Hunter who has that double jump that takes them higher, the Warlock double jump can take you higher if you activate it right away. So look, if I'm on the ground and I hit the jump one time, I don't even become at eye level with that balcony up there. But if I immediately double jump right off the ground, that is kind of how the Warlock jump functions. If you do it very soon off the ground, you will floof higher. But if you do it while you're in the air, like after you spent significant hang time in the air, you will only gently floof to the ground like a parachute. A lot of people are very put off by the Warlock jump. It is tricky to learn. The Hunter has by far the more forward jumping ability. It's very good, but the Warlock jump is wonky. If you spend a little time on Warlock, you decide you want to play it, you just have to make sure you kind of wrap your head around the jump. But I just wanted to let you know. And for supers, again, very dependent on subclass. They have shutdown supers like the Nova Bomb. Nova Bomb is a very iconic, classic Warlock super. But I just wanted to cover the basic stuff. What is the ability? What is the power fantasy? What do they look like? That's how we do. Now we're going to talk about each individual subclass in the game. Really quickly, we're going to go over each one. So Titan, Hunter, Warlock are the three main classes that you can play in the game, but your subclass, which are umbrellas, they kind of filter down underneath the umbrellas of the three main classes. They show you how you can play the class very differently. And normally when you're in the community and you hear people talking about the strength of, the Warlock, the strength of the Titan, strength of the Hunter, whatever, they're talking really specifically, very frequently about a particular subclass. Someone wouldn't say, oh yeah, Warlock is OP in general. They would need to be nerfed. They would say something like, this particular subclass of the Warlock is very strong and needs to be nerfed. So if you ever hear people talking about subclass or trees, which is something we'll get into very quickly, that is what they're referring to. So we're going to go through each class, each subclass very quickly. And we are going to start with Warlock subclasses. We're going to start with all the solar classes. If you look, there are 4 branches of subclasses. You have Arc, Void, Solar, and Stasis, which is ice. Just think about ice. That's what Stasis is. We're going to start on Solar. And we are going to start off on the top tree. So when you hear people talk about trees, you have top tree, middle tree, bottom tree. Every subclass is like that, except Stasis. That one is unique. We'll get to that later. So we're going to start on top tree Dawnblade, which is very all about aerial combat, stuff like that. We'll start off with the Celestial Fire melee ability. It is a ranged melee ability. Not every class in the game has a ranged melee ability. This one does. It's very strong. It's going to get tweaked in the future in Season 15. As I'm recording right now, we're in Season 14. But the basic gist of the Celestial Fire melee is a ranged melee. We also have Winged Sun ability, so you can throw grenades while gliding. You can do a whole bunch. Again, it's all about the aerial combat on Top Tree Dawnblade. And it mentions heat rises, which I should talk about right now. So heat rises, consume your grenade, and you can floof better. So a lot of classes have the ability not only to throw grenades, but you can consume your grenade for an inherent benefit. So Top Tree Dawnblade, again, to activate heat rises, you charge your grenade, and it gives you better in-air playability. Whole key to Top Tree Dawnblade playing better in the air. Also, you have Icarus Dash, which is a very overpowered ability by the time I'm recording. By the time you are watching today's video, it will be tweaked. But the general idea of Icarus Dash is just that, what I just showed you. It's literally a mid-air. You can dodge in any direction. You can go forward, you can go backward, you can go side to side. That is the play for Icarus Dash. You can do it if you're way high in the air, trying to aerial combat somebody, they shoot you and you want to bail out, you can just dash out. Or a lot of people use it while they're on the ground. Even though Top Tree Dawnblade was designed to be an aerial class, they can spend time on the ground. It's just a very good class overall. Moving on, we have Middle Tree Solar Warlock. Middle Tree, their whole thing is healing and support. Their super is a well, a gigantic well that you drop into the ground, and anyone in the well will regenerate health at a rapid rate and have an overshield. That is what the light blue icon on my screen is right now. It'll last for well over 20 seconds. It's a very strong ability. You don't see it happen a lot in PvP. This is a very heavily used PvE class because of the ability to, if you're DPSing a big raid boss or whatever, you just drop the Radiant Well. Everybody gets in, you get health regeneration, you get extra damage output. It's very, very strong. You can try it in PvP, but PvP is all about quickly moving around and, you know, it's very movement focused and offensive ability focused. And the Radiant Well, the people who do play Radiant Well for real in PvP, they're kind of crazy. Remember that, thank you, Lopezi, if you're on the other team and you see a Radiant Well, it can be broken. That's what this is. If you shoot and break the sword, you can break an enemy player's well. And also the main appeal to mid-tree is that you can charge your grenade, but rather than eating your grenade like Top Tree Dawn to float around better, you can charge your grenade, and even though Ares is not on my team right now, you can throw a heal grenade. That is what you can do on Middle Tree Solar. You can charge up and throw a heal grenade at yourself or at an ally. Very helpful in PvP and PvE. See, and you get a little overshield too. That is usually the main pull. One of the only subclass trees in the game to focus directly on support and healing. That is Middle Tree Solar Warlock in a nutshell. Bottom Tree Solar Warlock is more about lighting people on fire. It's called the Attunement of Flame. And I'll quickly show you, I didn't show you the Top Tree Dawnblade Super, but it's kind of the same as Bottom Tree Dawnblade Super. You activate, it's a roaming super, meaning you can run around the map and you can throw flaming projectiles at people. And if you hit them, then they get killed real good. It's the same super as Top Tree Dawnblade. Although Top Tree Dawnblade can be much more mobile when using their super, because that, as I showed you, they have the Icarus Dash ability. Bottom Tree Dawnblade does not have Icarus Dash, so they can't move in the air as well, but it's the same general idea for the Bottom Tree Solar roaming super. And the projectiles are actually they're a little bit better because they seek out a little bit. There's kind of like a homing factor. So if I pop right now and throw a sword a little bit off target, it'll curve. See how it curves right towards the target? Top Tree Dawnblade doesn't have that. Bottom Tree Dawnblade does. And even though that sounds really strong right now, as of the recording in Season 14, not a lot of people are playing Bottom Tree Dawn because it doesn't have the movement power that Top Tree Dawn has. It doesn't have the power of Icarus Dash. So you can melee people to burn them and, you know, they can explode. It's all really about solar damage. Also, there's Phoenix Dive, which they are buffing in Season 15. Right now, it's not that strong of an ability. Ares, if you hear this, can you shoot me real quick? Let's tell Ares. He's not on my team, so I can't wait. He's in my fire team, though, right? Fire team, can you shoot me? So the whole point of Phoenix Dive is to regenerate health. Is he not seeing the chat here? He might not be seeing the chat here. Ares. He'll see it eventually. Because terrific. There you go. More damage. Maybe I should have brought him in just to talk to him. There we go. Okay. So you go up, you do a little of that. Phoenix Dive is designed to regenerate your health. But there's something really bad about Phoenix Dive that is not written on the skill tree that you need to know about if you feel like you want to be a Warlock player. It comes with a cooldown on your slide. See how I'm trying to slide right now? Sliding is a really important part of Destiny. It happens a lot in PvP. So here we go. You dive down. You are literally unable to crouch slide for about 3 to 4 seconds, which is terrible. I don't know if Bungie plans on addressing that part in the future. I know that by the time you're watching this Phoenix Dive, I think it'll be buffed to the point where you can dodge in any direction. So not just straight down. You can kind of go off to the side. So you can be challenging a corner and you can dodge off to the side behind the corner. But even still, the fact that you can't slide while doing that, it makes Phoenix Dive a really bad ability. If they ever change that, it would be very high tier. But the fact that that is holding you back, it's very bad. Now let's go over to Arc real quick. So again, we have top tree, middle tree, bottom tree. We're going to start off with top tree Arc for the Warlock. It's all about chain lightning. The tree is called Attunement of Conduction. The whole vibe of the tree is to promote, chain lightning among your enemies. So you have Arc Web, which will give your grenade ability. Remember how every class has a grenade. Chain lightning on your grenade. Arc Web can be really devastating in PvP. You throw a grenade into a room with multiple people, and then all of a sudden you're getting damage ticks everywhere because Arc Web is chaining the lightning around people. Same thing with the chain lightning melee ability. You can melee one target, and if there are people nearby, they get tickled by all the chain lightning, zigging and zagging, and all that stuff. So Transcendence is referring to the class's super, which I'll show you. If you cast your super with full grenade and melee energy, you last longer. The top tree and bottom tree for Storm has a similar roaming super, which I will show you now. It is a roaming super where you go and you're holding your mouse one button down and you're doing chain lightning from far away. Think Emperor Palpatine in Star Wars, right? You're giving people force lightning. And right now we only have one target in PvP, but if we had more people, then I would hit one person and all the chain lightning would go back and forth with each other. So it's not an instant kill. You noticed when I damaged Ares, his health would go down over time. It's like the Dawnblade, if you get an immediate hit with sword, insta-kill, but you're watching his health bar, that was just bad lag right there. Go rewind. Bad lag. Your health goes down a little bit. It's very strong chip damage, but it is chip damage. And top tree has the ability to do this, which is called Ionic Blinking. I will show you that again. Only top tree Arc can do this. You can blink while in super. Now between top tree Arc and bottom tree, currently top tree is much stronger because you have the ability to blink. When you're trying to roll up on somebody in PvP and you're trying to close the gap, you can really make that happen much, much easier by teleporting up on people with Ionic Blink, which I'm only doing by hitting the run command right now. So we will show you now bottom tree, which is very identical to top tree. It's Attunement of the Elements. And this one is kind of really zany. The key appeal is something called the Arc Soul, which I will show you. You drop a rift and you are given an Arc Soul, which a lot of people call the Arc Buddy. And you can see it's hovering over my right shoulder. It is doing damage to any target nearby. Ares is showing that if you strafe It's fairly easy to dodge because the shots are projectile. They're not hit scan. He's going to die because, of course, he's not moving, but it's very weak damage over time. You can give people on your team the ability to have their very own arc buddy if they join you in the Rift. But again, right now, it's kind of not the strongest class. I believe it is getting tweaked in Season 15. But even with the tweak, I don't predict it'll be that strong of a class. It's not very strong when compared to other things. And you also have Landfall, which is something that I do believe they are also buffing. That's going to be a little bit more wild in Season 15. But the general idea with Landfall is that if you activate your super near somebody, you send Arc Lightning down into the ground, and you can completely nuke somebody when activating your super. They're making that ability better in Season 15. But that's the general idea if you're a new player of Bottom Tree Warlock Storm. You cannot teleport, though. No teleporting in your super. Moving on to Middle Tree. If you want an idea of Middle Tree, this is a very hated tree in PvP right now, mainly because of Chaos Reach. So I've mentioned roaming supers before. This is not a roaming super. Chaos Reach is a shutdown super, or kind of like a one and done, where you activate it and you do a DBZ Kamehameha. And it will continue to repeatedly deal damage as long as you are shooting it. You see the bar in the bottom left going down over time with the Kamehameha. You have the ability right now to cancel it early, which is part of the reason that people hate Chaos Reach. So if I hit Ares, I French fry him, he's dead, I can cancel it early. And even though we're in Mayhem right now, where I'm regenerating my ability really quickly, you can cut it off and have about a third of your super energy held in reserve, which is why it's very good in PvP. So you do a little bit of damage, you cut it off, you hold on to that extra super energy, and now you're already a third of the way towards your next Chaos Reach. It's a very, very good ability. People do not like it. It makes PvP very frustrating. Pulse Wave is a great ability. Being wounded will trigger an energy wave that boosts movement speed for you and your allies. Ball Lightning is another thing that people really like about mid-tree Chaos Reach, because you have a projectile melee. I know that looked like a grenade. It's actually a melee ability. You just throw a little ball of lightning in a straight line. It does pretty good damage. You can, if you're really good at doing that in PvP, you can, if someone's chasing you, you can bait a corner, throw a ball lightning at them. They run around into the ball lightning. It's fun. And also there are these ionic traces. See if I can get one to activate. Yep, right there. See? That right there is the other key factor, the ionic trace of mid-tree Chaos Reach. And when you defeat an enemy, there's a chance that that will trace along the floor to you, and that will give you ability energy for all your abilities. Very good ability. So why don't we move on now to Voidwalker. And Top Tree Voidwalker is the attunement of chaos. It is all about big, exploding space magic energy. So you have void ability kills will cause enemies to explode. So really quick, I'll show on my friend Ares, where if I finish him off with a void ability, hit him with my melee, boom, big void explosion, very fun for PvE. We also have the ability to charge grenades, which is chaos accelerant. So rather than eat your grenade like another class I've shown you, you can charge your grenade and throw it, and it'll be more effective. Like I'm using a vortex grenade. So if you watch the regular range of the vortex grenade, not bad, kind of small, nothing too crazy, but then you charge up your grenade and throw the vortex grenade, and like the range is just huge. It's just a big old dome now. It lasts longer. It hits harder. It's just a really good grenade overall. Way more area to nuke people. You also have Cataclysm, but nobody calls it that in the community. If you're new, you are not going to hear any D2 veteran player ever say the word Cataclysm. They're going to call it Slova Bomb. And the reason they call it Slova Bomb is because it's a Nova Bomb, but it travels very, very slowly. Ares is very obediently running towards me right now, but I will show you. Here we go. Very slow Nova Bomb. It will, if there's no target, like look how gently it floats off into the night. And something that a lot of people don't know, if you shoot the Nova Bomb, it will explode. So you have to be careful about that. If you're trying to get a really funny meme kill from across the map, just remember, you can do that, but people can shoot and break the Nova Bomb. Teammates can shoot it and break it. Enemies can shoot it and break it. It's shockingly frail. But if you get the Slova Bomb to activate, it is very fun. It also has Seekers, where if it detonates, you can see these things that come out of the Slova Bomb. They will track down nearby targets if there are any to track. So that is kind of the appeal of the top tree Nova Warlock. Middle tree is the Attunement of Fission. And there's a couple of neat things here that I'll show you very quickly. Handheld Supernova is one of the iconic things of the class. You can charge your grenade and turn it into a short-range shotgun blast. Now, you can tell that it won't hold the charge forever. I'm losing it. It only lasts a couple of seconds. But again, the whole point is if you time it well, bam, you hit him with that charged up grenade, and it's literally like throwing a magic shotgun into the face of anyone attacking you. Very handy ability. It doesn't always result in a one-hit kill. The damage can be finicky, but if you know how to do it right, like if someone's chasing you and they have half health, you just know that they're going to get finished off by a handheld supernova. They just walk around into the shotgun blast. It's a really good ability. Next up on the mid tree, we have Atomic Breach, which creates a void explosion. It doesn't tell you here. I don't know why it doesn't tell you here, but it also pushes people back. So we'll show you right now in PvP. We have Ares here. I will hit him with my melee. It will launch him and then do an explosion. That's a lot of damage for a melee ability. Meaning if you know that your enemy is charging you and they're already weak, you just hit them with this, and it's very guaranteed that they're probably going to die. But it's nice to give you a little distance. If someone's trying to, rush you down, you push them back, little explosion, very fun. You have Dark Matter. Void ability kills give you health and melee. Terrific. But then the most unique thing is probably the roaming super called Nova Warp. And right now, it's not terribly good, but it is getting buffed in Season 15. So you have this. It's a roaming super. Like Top Tree Dawnblade, you have the ability to teleport rapidly around the map. It's very good for chasing people down. And when you're near somebody, you charge up and you release a Void Explosion. Now, I only did one Void Explosion that time, which you can do many. You can do as many as you have the energy to do. You can do a quick one, which will do a little damage, or you can charge it, and then you can see that you kind of reach like a full charge, and then you unleash for the full power. So that's kind of the whole goal with mid-tree Nova Warp. You're teleporting all around, looking for trouble, and then you just get next to somebody, give them the old boom boom, and then they die. Again, not good right now as of the recording of today's video, but in Season 15, it is getting a buff. I actually think it's probably going to end up being very good. Now we're going to go to bottom tree, Void Warlock, which is the Attunement of Hunger. This all focuses around an ability called Devour, which is... Devour is you regenerating your health and regenerating ability energy as well. So the easiest way to activate Devour is through the Feed the Void ability, which is you just kind of eat your grenade. So you can throw your grenade if you want. That's the most traditional way to use a grenade in D2. But if you're a bottom tree Void Lock, you can eat your grenade. So here we go. I've eaten it. Now you see in the bottom left-hand corner, there is the Devour text on the HUD. Only lasts for a couple of seconds, but it's very good. So if I could get Ares to damage me a little bit whenever he gets this message, damage PLZ, there you go. He damages me. I activate Devour, and nom nom nom, my health comes back. And I think if I kill him, I will continue. Yeah, there you go. You continue Devour. See how it's just all about being kind of like an energy vampire. You're sucking in health. You're feeding your class ability energy, all that fun stuff. That is kind of the appeal of the bottom tree. And the good news is that when you kill an enemy with Devour active, you recharge the timer. You extend the duration. So you can, if you're really good in PvP, you can activate Devour, and then you can continually have it regenerate. The timer goes on and on. And the super of bottom tree Warlock is the Nova Bomb. And it's not the Slova Bomb like the one we saw on top tree. It is just a very straightforward chuck a quick explosion into the face of a nearby enemy, and it creates a little big vortex effect there, lingering for a couple of seconds. So if you smack somebody with it, and for whatever reason, maybe they're at the edge, they don't die, people can't run through for a couple seconds, because if they do, then they're going to take a lot of damage. They're going to take a ton of chip damage. They're probably going to die. Not a lot of people play bottom tree right now. If I'm looking in PvP, like it's very rare to find a bottom tree void. Again, it's getting buffed in Season 15, but for right now, it's fairly rare. But the Nova Bomb is great at shutting down roaming supers. If someone's running at you with a roaming super, you just hit them with a Nova Bomb, and they're good to go. Something to keep in mind, though, you can actually injure yourself with your own Nova Bomb. See how there I took a little damage because I point blanked it into an object? Warlock's one of the only classes in the game able to literally kill themselves with their own super. So be careful about that if you decide you want to be a Warlock main. Moving on, we are going to come to the final subclass branch for the Warlock tree, which is the Shadebinder. This is Ice, Stasis. I told you about this already. So this is the newest class added to the game, and you will immediately notice that there is no top tree, there's no middle tree, there's no bottom tree. All of the Stasis classes are very unique, and they offer a lot of customization. Customization. They offer a lot of customization via aspects and fragments. It is a really unique way to play the game. The aspects up here in the top right-hand corner, these are unique to whatever class that you're playing. So the Ice Flare Bolt and the Bleak Watcher that I have on right now, those are unique to the Warlock. So if I go to a Titan, if I go to a Hunter, if I try to play the Ice class that they have, I will not be able to put Bleak Watcher on the Titan or the Hunter. I can only have it here on the Warlock. So I'll show you just an example of what an aspect is. The Bleak Watcher is a turret that the Warlock has access to. You throw down like a little Icy Boy turret. He doesn't look like much, but he's very fun. If any enemies wander in to the area, he will fire ice at them. Very enjoyable ability for PvE, but that's just kind of an example of how much customization you can do with the Stasis class. And the fragments that you see down here, you have a limited number that you can put in, but these are across every class. So Whisper of Chains, Whisper of Rhyme, anything down here, I can put not only on my Warlock, I can put it on my Hunter, I can put it on my Titan. They all offer unique benefits that will improve the gameplay for whatever class you're playing right now. So if I can just find one really quick, that would... Here's a really simple one, Whisper of Torment. You gain grenade energy each time you take damage from a target. So if any enemy, PvP or PvE, decides to shoot me, if I'm low on grenade energy, I take damage, I regenerate my grenade energy. Each one of these offers a unique benefit. While you're standing near a frozen target or a friendly crystal, you take reduced damage, and you get an additional 10 recovery. Very fun stuff. The Warlock Shadebinder has a lot of tools for freezing people. The Penumbral Melee is a big pull for anyone using Shadebinder Warlock. That's a really good melee ability. If someone is chasing you from around a corner, you know, you bait them around the corner, and then you just throw that, they come into it, and now they're frozen. And the other thing that a lot of Stasis classes do really well is freezing people with grenades. The Glacier Grenade. I love it so much. It's very good. You can use it to freeze people like I just showed you. You can break each individual crystal. He just did that. You can break them no matter what team you're on. You can also throw them at the wall, and you can jump up on them like a ledge. Very handy grenade ability for every Stasis class. You also have the Duskfield Grenade, which not a lot of people use, but still kind of fun. You put them into a little cold vortex, and if they spend too much time in there, they go from being slowed to being frozen. You see, he just got frozen there. The other grenade, which is semi-popular, you have the Cold Snap Grenade, which you just throw it on the ground, and it tracks to a nearby target, and it freezes them. Good for both PvE and PvP, but I think most people usually prefer the Glacier Nade. The Warlock Shadebinder Super is a roaming super where you roll around with an ice staff, and you can do this to fire out orbs which track to people, and if they hit them, they will be frozen. And when you have a frozen target, you do that. Your right click or whatever you have for controller, and it will send out a shockwave that does big damage to other enemies. So that is the Shadebinder in a nutshell, and that is every Warlock subclass. Okay, now we're going to show people each and every subclass for the Titan. So like the Warlock, why don't we go ahead and start on Void. Again, we have top tree, mid tree, and bottom tree. That is the way things go, except for Stasis, but we'll get to that shortly. So top tree Sentinel is kind of the quintessential Titan build. We've talked about that before with the general vibe of what the Titan power fantasy is. So the Void Titan, I've already shown you, has a unique grenade called the Suppressor Grenade. No other class has it, where if I throw it at an enemy and they get hit by the explosion, he can't dodge. He's trying to jump right now. He can't double jump because I took away the ability to do that. Suppression Grenade, very, very good. If people are playing the Sentinel Titan, usually in PvP, they will be rocking that. And if they're doing PvE, they'll probably do either the Void Wall or the Magnetic Grenade, which is cool, but not as good for PvP, IMHO. So the top tree super for the Sentinel Titan, you can do one of two things, which I've shown you already with the Titan Power Fantasy. You can do the roaming version, where you run around. You can throw a Captain America shield, which is very good at tracking down and hitting people, or you can just give them the old 1-2 skidoo shield whack. That is pretty fun for PvP. For PvE, and sometimes in PvP, people will do the secondary feature, which is the bubble, which if you hold down the super button rather than just tap it, you will activate a bubble. So the bubble gives you a buttload of health. Ares, come on in here and try and shoot me. You just so much health. Look how much he hasn't even taken off the overshield yet. So if someone comes in to challenge you in the bubble, usually a really terrible idea. If you're a new player and you see a Titan in their bubble and you have no super to counter them, don't go into the bubble. You are going to get murdered. It's very good. So you get the extra overshield. You come out of the bubble. You get the weapons of light buff, which you can see on the bottom left-hand corner. People do that a lot in PvE because if you're trying to do a raid, you want extra damage output. And see right there, I 2-tapped him. Normally it's a 3-tap hand cannon, but with the weapon damage buff from the bubble, I can 2-tap him. So that's mainly why people rock the bubble, for extra damage output, for the extra damage protection. People in the chat seem to want to watch me shutting down a super. Ares, if you have a roaming super, do me a favor and pop one right now. If you have a roaming super. Does he not have one? Ares, he might be changing to a roaming super right now. There you go. He's popping his super. So I just throw the nade and then boom, he gets shut out completely. It's not like a temporary shutdown. That super is over, meaning it's a really strong grenade option for PvP, incredibly good. It's just very, very unique. So the top tree Titan on Void has a couple other things. You have Rallying Force, where you get health back if you get a melee kill. If you defeat a melee with that ability, you have a little overshield. I'll show you Defensive Strike. Very focused on like punchy combat. So like I beat him with the melee, and now I get a little bit of an overshield. Lasts for like 20 seconds. Very strong. A fun ability to have. Keeping our vibe up around the tree here. Turn the Tide, your overshield from Defensive Strike will last longer, and improved melee damage and reload speed. So it's all about punching people, getting your health back. Really the biggest pull, probably the very unique Ward of Dawn super. Very effective for both PvP and especially for PvE. Moving on, we have the middle tree Void Titan. And you have Tactical Strike. Strike an enemy with the melee ability to cause a void explosion. Here we go. Boom, little void explosion there. That thing that he has there is, where is it? That is what that is. The controlled demolition. Hit a target with a void ability to attach a void detonator. Further hits will cause the detonator to explode. So I'll give you a quick demonstration of that. Now he has the little void detonator on him, and I kill him. And I don't know if you saw it in the middle of the hand cannon explosion, but there was a little void explosion in there. Let's see. What else do we have? You and nearby allies regain health, as well as grenade and melee energy when your void detonators explode. So the appeal there is kind of to attach a void detonator, get it to explode, reap the benefits of resupply. Moving on, we have Banner Shield. So this is a very unique Titan super. Again, you can do the roaming super. That's what it's designed to do. But if you hold down, you have your, Captain America throw. But if you hold down the block button, you have this really, really wide, insanely wide barrier that can do a couple of things. If I walk up to an enemy while holding the insanely wide barrier, they will take repeated damage. Also, anyone trying to shoot your barrier is going to have a really rough time. It's not going to be very easy to shoot the barrier. And any ally behind you shooting through the barrier will get a damage buff. So if they're behind me shooting over my shoulder through the barrier, they're getting a big damage buff. It's a very nice super, really unique. I don't think it's as popular as Bubble. Yeah, here Ares is trying to shoot me, and he's got nothing. That is a very interesting super. I hope they buff it because I don't think it can compete with Ward of Dawn right now for PvE. But it's a situational thing. You'll get used to it more if you decide you want to play Titan. Moving on. Bottom tree, which is the Code of the Aggressor. Kind of a more aggro playstyle for bottom tree Void here. You have a shoulder charge ability called Shield Bash, which I will show you now. So after charging for a little bit, you'll see on your HUD, see how they're kind of like blue. I don't know if you can see this. They're like blue anime speed lines on my HUD right now. And when you see that, you know that your shoulder charge is ready to go. And you can charge into an enemy and do a ton of damage. Very fun for PvP unless you get shotgunned, which happens a lot. You have Superior Arsenal, which is grenade kills will recharge your grenade energy. You get an extra shield throw in your roaming super, which I will show you in a minute. And if you are killed while surrounded by enemies, if you get a kill while surrounded by enemies, you reduce the cooldown of your super. So if you are into the roaming super thing for the Captain America shield throw, definitely go bottom because you have two shield throws. There's one right there. You get another one. I don't know if you can see in the bottom left corner. I have 2 charges down there. And again, if you get kills while surrounded by enemies, your super is going to charge quicker. Not a lot of people playing bottom tree Void Titan for PvP or PvE. I think it's really outclassed by top tree with that really incredible bubble. But who knows? Anything can change in D2 in the future. Let's move on to Arc. So the Arc Titan power fantasy is kind of like a rampaging, out of control choo-choo train, if I had to put it one way. They have the Seismic Strike, which is another shoulder charge ability. It's the same thing as the other shoulder charge ability, if you want me to show you. There's not a lot of variety in shoulder charging. Sometimes you have unique factors with the shoulder charge, where I think actually with the Sentinel, if you hit them with the shoulder charge, you can suppress. Yeah, so like the grenade suppression ability, if you shoulder charge a roaming super with the shield bash, you will suppress them like the grenade. But for the most part, a lot of the shoulder charge abilities are relatively the same in terms of how they activate, how they look, how they damage people, yada, yada, yada. We have Magnitude, which is you gain an extra grenade. Very, very handy. It's nice to just have 2 grenade charges instead of 1. So you can see in the bottom left, I have 1 grenade charge. Hey, look, don't even have to wait. You got 2 right away. That's one of the benefits of top tree Arc on the Titan. And we have Fist of Havoc, which is the Titan Arc super. It is very strong, and I will show it to you now. Seismic. Did I say seismic? Dude, quick side note, ever since I was a kid, my brother and I called it seismic for Pokemon. Like seismic, what was the Pokemon move? Seismic toss. We kept on calling it seismic toss because we were dumb children. And it stuck with me forever. So if I say the word seismic and I say seismic, I apologize. It's been beaten into my head since I was a kid. I've been saying it wrong for years. Anyway, Seismic Strike. But let's show you the Fist of Havoc roaming super. So you activate it, you get a ground pound, and now you are in charging choo-choo mode, where you can kind of do this really quick shoulder charge if you want, which will do a lot of damage, or you can do another right click, and rather than do the shoulder charge, you can do another ground pound, which does a lot more damage. And the thing about top tree is that when you do a ground pound, you are leaving these really devastating seismic shocks. Anyone who runs through that PvP or PvE is going to take a lot of damage. That is the appeal of top tree in a nutshell. Middle tree, Code of the Missile. Very, very fun on the Titan. If you're a Titan player, if you're looking for a class that is very silly, the Thunder Crash is one of my favorite supers in the game. I'll show you the Thunder Crash right away. You literally fly through the air like Superman, and you just crash into somebody. You just do a ton of damage. And you can control where you fly, which is very fun. Naturally, you got to think that if you're a controller player, yeah, you still have pretty good control over the code of the missile. But if you're an M&K player, you're going to have a lot more control of the turning radius of your missile. And as you can probably tell, if you spend too much time in the air and you don't come down to the ground and you just keep flying forever, it's going to eventually take you out and you won't be able to do any damage. So make sure that you actually commit and find a target that you want to land on and do just a buttload of damage. It's very fun in PvP, but with a particular exotic, which is something I'll get to later, you can do a lot of damage to one target with the Thunder Crash, with one exotic chest piece. It's a very, very funny class to play. You also have the Ballistic Slam melee ability, which you have to kind of run to charge up. And if you're in the air, you hit the melee ability and you do a mini dive, which is very fun. You can do that move around corners, catch people by surprise. Like if you're just kind of, let me show you. I'll take this corner real quick. Go through the air, take in the corner. There's a dude right there. Fly around, open up with little damage. Very enjoyable melee ability. The Titan in mid-class also has Inertia Override, which, let's see if I can get Ares to drop ammo on a death here. Yeah, so you have, am I rocking double primary right now? I don't know why I'm doing that. So here we go. Inertia Override. Slide over ammo. Auto loads it right into your gun. I don't know if you saw there. Auto loaded it right in. You also get a damage buff. I believe that they're buffing Inertia Override in Season 15. Check Bungie.net for the details on that. I think they're extending how long the damage timer is. It's a very underused ability. If you use Inertia Override and you use it very well, the auto loading combined with the extra damage output can be really effective for PvP or PvE. And what do we have here? Impact conversion hitting targets with Ballistic Slam, gives super energy, and activates Inertia Override. Got it. Great. Good, good, good. Good things overall. If you're looking for a fun class, I definitely recommend it. Okay, now we move on to Bottom Tree Striker. We got Code of the Juggernaut. So we have the Frontal Assault. Again, it's just a melee ability which you use to reload your weapon and improve stability and weapon damage. Not bad. Kind of tricky to activate in PvP because you probably have to get a kill with that. Otherwise, if you punch a guy up close, they're very likely just going to shotgun you. You also have health regeneration on a melee, and you have, we'll talk about Trample in a minute, but you have Knockout, which is critically wounding an enemy or breaking their shield, will improve your melee range and your melee damage. So the bottom tree, as you can tell, very focused on punching people. It's a very melee-focused tree. So if you're not into melee combat, if you're into gunplay, don't really care about punching people, probably avoid, well, first of all, you shouldn't be playing Titan, and probably avoid Code of the Juggernaut. But the bottom tree roaming super on Titan Arc is very similar to top tree. You have your roaming choo-choo train of death. You have the left click for the quick shoulder charge, but you also have the right click for the big ground pound. But the trample ability, which I will quickly open up right here, destroying an enemy with Fist of Havoc will extend the duration. Hard to show right now because we only have Ares here. But if we had more people, you could carve through a bunch of them. Let's see if we can look. Keep your eye on the yellow bar in the bottom left corner. I hit Ares. See how the bar jumped up right there? You regen, or maybe not regen, but you keep the timer going a little bit longer. So if you're into the fun factor of a really enjoyable roaming super, bottom tree arc could be the play for you because it's very fun to just rip through people repeatedly with trample. Okay, now we are moving to Solar Titan, and I will go ahead and begin with the top tree. Sup, bro? Are you a pro? No, total pro, dude. So here we are, top tree Sunbreaker Titan. We have, let me show you before anything else their roaming super because it's very funny. It's a roaming super, and you have the ability to throw hammers that will explode on impact. I'll demonstrate on Ares. Boom. Lot of damage for both PvP and PvE. There are subtle differences between the top tree Solar Titan and the bottom tree in terms of the roaming super. and I will show you what those are. So on top tree, any enemy killed by your hammer will explode. Now you can imagine if you do that in PvE, if you're in a room with a lot of low-level trash enemies, they're all going to go boom. You can do a lot of big explosion damage because of explosive pyre. Hammers shatter into explosive molten embers on impact. Let me see if you can see that here. When the hammer hits a target, see how it kind of breaks out into 3 different little fireballs there. So it's really more explosion damage on your hammer. That's kind of the appeal of Top Tree Solar. We also have Hammer Strike. When sprinting, it's another melee charge ability, although this one will weaken enemies. So if you're in PvE, usually it's more active in PvE. You shoulder charge a big enemy, and not only have you done damage to them, now they are weaker, meaning they will take extra damage when you shoot them. So not a bad ability for PvE as well. Let's see. Let's move on to bottom tree, because it is very similar to top tree. The main appeal of bottom tree solar for the Titan is that you have, where is it? Where is Sunspot? Sun Warrior, probably? There we go. Endless Siege. Hammers create a sunspot. The whole thing about bottom tree solar Titans is creating a sunspot and abusing it if you can. So on the bottom tree, you can activate a sunspot a number of ways. If you pop your super, you can look at the floor. I've now activated a sunspot right down there. If I throw a hammer anywhere the hammer lands, I have activated a sunspot. Ares, please run into that sunspot right there. It is fine for me, but it is very harmful for other people. Very, very harmful. And I think if you stand in the sunspot for bottom tree hammer, you will extend the duration. So here, let me go through each perk on the tree real quick. So you got solar ability kills will regenerate your health. Grenade melee ability and Sun Warrior kills leave a deadly sunspot. So if I get a kill with a grenade, if I get a kill with a melee ability, I will generate a sunspot on the floor. Bottom tree, all about sunspotting. So Endless Siege, like I showed you, you throw a hammer, you will generate a sunspot. When you're standing in the sunspot, you throw hammers faster, which I guess I will show you now. Standing in a sunspot, you can throw a little bit faster, not super fast, but if I leave the sunspot and try to throw, it doesn't seem that different. But usually it's a better idea to stand in your sunspot a lot. We have passing through a sunspot will cause your grenade and melee abilities to recharge quicker, and your super will last longer. That's kind of huge. And it will improve weapon damage. That's kind of great. So if I do damage to Ares and then, you know, finish him off with a melee ability, I've generated a sunspot, and now I can stand in it and we can do more damage. So again, bottom tree, all about creating a sunspot and trying to take advantage of it. And with that, why don't we move on to middle tree, which is really funny if you're looking for kind of like a joke class. I think a lot of people might be mad at me for, I still had Sun Warrior up. Oh, excuse me. Hold on. Okay, let's go back real quick. Let's go back. I see. So I need to wait for Sun Warrior to go away. Now we'll throw hammers. One. Way slower. There you go. Way slower. So if you're standing in a sunspot, you will throw hammers faster, provided you are under the benefit of Sun Warrior, which will last even if you leave a sunspot, but only for a couple of seconds. Thank you for that clarification. Glad that I made it. Okay, moving on. Middle tree. Burning Maul. A lot of people would be mad at me if I said it was kind of a joke class. It has a lot of viability depending on what you're doing. I don't think a lot of people heavily rely on it for PvE. It can do well in PvE. It can do well in PvP. But it is relatively outclassed by a lot of other things. Let me show you the main appeal for a lot of people, which is the roaming super. You have a big, gigantic hammer, which you can do two things. You can spin with it, which is really fun. You can just keep going with it as long as you keep hitting it. You just continue to spin as a battle. Or you can do a ground pound, and not only will you pound the ground, but you will send out a pyre of fire along the floor, which will track to a nearby enemy. I already have people in my Twitch chat saying they're already mad at me for saying it's a joke class, but how much of, okay, outside of being able to maybe solo Atheon and like outside of that viability, how much are you seeing in PvP right now? Very little. And there's a reason for that. It's fun, but it is not incredibly strong right now. It is getting buffed in Season 15. I want to make that clear. So by the time you are watching today's video, if you're a new player, this class is getting buffed. I just want to show you kind of what it brings to the table. The other thing that you can do that a lot of people really enjoy is the melee ability, which you have a projectile melee that you throw. So you throw like a Thor hammer, and you can go back and collect it. So normally you have to wait for your melee ability to recharge every time you try to use your melee ability. But with mid-tree hammer, you can keep it pretty much forever as long as you remember to pick it up. Now, if you let it sit on the ground for a way too long period of time, it will eventually disappear, which is what is happening right now. And then you would have to wait for your hammer to recharge. But as long as you hit somebody with it or you throw it anywhere, as long as you go pick it up, you're fine. So I throw it at him, does pretty good damage, well over half another person's health bar. And yeah, even if you get a kill, still right there, just go pick it up. It's really fun. You can do a lot of silly things by repeatedly hitting people with a hammer. But again, there's a lot of practice that goes into middle tree hammer to making it work well, making it work for you. It's challenging. It definitely has a little bit of a learning curve. If you're a new player, I maybe wouldn't recommend going into PvP with meme hammer right away. Put a little time into maybe learning the other classes, but who knows? Maybe it's your bag, so give it a try. Remember that you have other things on the tree too. So you have Roaring Flames. Kills with your super increase those abilities damage. I'm sorry, not with your super. Kills with your solar abilities will increase those abilities damage, and it can stack up to 3 times. Meaning that if you continue to get kills with your hammer, then eventually your hammer will become stronger and stronger. There are builds out there that you can watch on YouTube where people literally try to just abuse Roaring Flames to the point where they have a one-shot kill hammer in PvP. Super fun. Kind of challenging, but very enjoyable. Let's see, what else do we have? Tireless Warrior. After hitting an enemy with your throwing hammer, picking up the hammer will trigger health regeneration. That's pretty good. That's your super. Burning Maul is your super ability. And we already went over Roaring Flames. So pretty much if you want to have strong solar abilities, and if you like the idea of maybe memeing on people with a potentially one-shot hammer or a one-shot grenade, because again, if you're powering up your solar abilities, you can power up your grenades, which are pretty good, then yeah, give Middle Tree Code of the Devastator a try. And I think that covers all 3 of the light classes. Why don't we move on now to the Behemoth, which is the Stasis Titan build. Again, like the Warlock, there is no top tree, middle tree, or bottom tree here. All you have to do is just look at what is available, and you can mix and match and build your class however you want. If you skipped to this part, I will repeat the aspects that you see up here in the top right corner. These are class specific, meaning Tectonic Harvest and Cryoclasm. Those are unique to the Titan. So if I opened up my Hunter, if I opened up my Warlock, I would not be able to take Cryoclasm there and put it on my Warlock or my Hunter. Wouldn't be able to do that. They are unique to the Titan. And you have some pretty cool stuff here. You have Cryoclasm is very fun. After sprinting for a little bit, you can have a longer, more powerful slide. And by crashing into a glacier grenade, those big ice crystals, you can make it explode. It's really fun. You have Tectonic Harvest, where any crystal that you break or shatter will leave a shard that you can pick up and regenerate your melee health. Aspects are very fun. They give more of a unique feel to whatever class that you're playing. I'll demonstrate one real quick. We have Howl of the Storm, which is when you are sliding, if you use your melee ability, you can quickly summon a glacier wall. I will show you that real quick, just to give you an idea of what Stasis can do. Stasis is very frustrating to play against in PvP. It's been nerfed many, many times over the years, but it's still since it's been released, and it's very strong, very frustrating. But yeah, you can customize your Titan with use of those aspects. So moving on, we're going to talk about fragments now. Again, if you fast forwarded from a different part, fragments are something that you can put on every class for Stasis, and they are shared between classes, meaning Whisper of Shards, what I have on right now, Whisper of Chains, Whisper of Rhyme, Whisper of Durance. Any of these could be equipped on Titan. They could be equipped on Hunter. They could be equipped on Warlock. They can go anywhere. So TLDR, the aspects are unique to your class, and the fragments are not. So I'll show you really quickly just a general idea about what the Behemoth Titan is all about. I briefly went over the nades earlier in the video, but you have your throwing ice. You get the Glacier Grenade, is very popular. You have the Dusk Field, which creates a cold suck zone. So I'll show you real quick. Cold suck zone with the Dusk Field Grenade. If you spend too much time in there, you will go from being slowed to being frozen. And then finally, you have the Cold Snap Grenade, which will travel along the floor towards a target and then will automatically freeze them for a short duration of time. The Titan Stasis melee ability is kind of like a Hulk punch ice version. A lot of people use it as a movement tool because you can kind of zoom through the air with it a little bit. You used to be able to zoom a lot better. It got taken down a little bit. I do believe that they are looking at the Behemoth Ice Melee for Season 15. So by the time you're watching today's video, it actually could be better. And we have the Behemoth Roaming Super, which is very, very fun. It's called Glacial Quake. So you can do two things. One, you can ground pound. And by doing that, you can put a lot of ice crystals on the field. And the nice thing about doing that is if you're building your Titan in a certain way, you can take advantage of these crystals. Like if you have Whisper of Chains, which is a fragment that you could put on, standing near a crystal can give you better damage resist. A whole bunch of things like that. So that is why you might want to put, glacier nades on the field. But you can also just punch the life out of people. And unlike the regular Titan Behemoth Melee, which only does about half health, when you're in your super with the Glacial Quake, if you punch somebody even one time, they will die. So very fun roaming super. It got its damage resist tweaked down a fair amount. You used to be borderline unstoppable, but now you have a fair amount of damage resist, but you have to actually kind of be careful when using it, or you will be, you're kind of squishy. You will be shot. You will be killed. You have to really play it chill. And remember, by the way, I think a lot of people forget this. Even like veteran players I know, no joke, forget this. I bet we'll have at least one person in the live Twitch chat right now who's like, really? You can throw grenades in your roaming super. So if you're trying to approach an enemy and maybe they're shooting you and you're like, oh no, I'm not going to get there in time, throw a grenade. Give yourself a little cover while approaching them. You can do that. It's just something you have to keep in mind. So the Behemoth is very fun. I still think it's high tier. A lot of people might disagree. I think it's high tier, but you need to practice a little bit. And that is the Behemoth in a nutshell. Okay, so here we are. If you see a lot of ones in the chat, I told everybody, if you're a Hunter main, type 1 in the chat. Let me hear you. But Hunters are very popular in PvP. Super popular. They're the most played class. If you watched earlier in the video where I talked about the Hunter power fantasy, they're very good. The dodge is very powerful. The jump is very straightforward. Hunters are cool. A lot of people play Hunter. So we're going to go through each Hunter class one at a time, each subclass, beginning with Void. And we're going to start off on top tree. So we'll actually start off with the super, which technically is called Deadfall. But you will never, ever, ever hear a D2 veteran player call it Deadfall. They will call it Tether. And they will call it top tree tether or bottom tree tether, depending on which it is. It would be really, like, I've been playing for years. Nobody calls it deadfall. So I will show you. The tether is a one and done super that you can fire at a wall. You can fire it at the ground. Anywhere that it hits, it will stick to. And it is now a trap. You can see it pulsating on the wall. Any player who comes near, Ares, come over here and activate my trap card. Thank you very much. He has now been tethered. And he moves slowly. He can't use his abilities. He goes from one to another. And he will take more damage. So while you're tethered, you take big damage. So if you're in PvP, people don't usually use tether in PvP because unfortunately, it takes a long time to activate. So most of the time, if you're trying to take down a roaming super, Ares, come back here, would you, on blue, and bring a roaming super or something like that. If you try to activate here, so here's the thing. Ares, back up, and I want you to run at me and kill me. With go. Here we go. Go. Activate super. Okay. The activation time is very long, meaning that if you use it in PvP, you have to use it well in advance because most of the times that will happen. You will trade. They will kind of not care if they're already charging you. By the time they've killed you, then the tether will activate. It's not the greatest super in PvP. It is fun to shut down people when they're trying to come at you with their roaming super. The best advice is to usually fire straight down. So by the time they get to you, they get taken out of their super. But it's very good in PvE. If you're in PvE, you can fire it at a boss, a champion, a group of enemies. You can't see here because we only have one target via Ares, but if you're in PvE and you fire tether, it can tether multiple enemies. It's very good for orb generation in PvE. So I will continue going through on top tree real quick. That is Deadfall. We also have Snare Bomb, which is a unique melee ability for the Void Hunter. You have a smoke bomb. So I'll throw it at Ares. He takes damage. Lol. He is also slowed when he gets hit by a smoke bomb. Ares, if you want to change to top tree Void real quick because you're a hunter, throw a smoke at me, and I will show you that you get a little bit of visual distortion when you get hit by a smoke bomb. He's putting it on right now. There you go. Little visual distortion there. So if you want to trip people up, be a little sneaky ninja, you can do a little smoke bomb action. Very fun. It's a very enjoyable ranged melee. We also have Vanishing Step. So the Night Stalker Hunter is one of the incredibly few ways in PvP to take advantage, or in Destiny, to take advantage of camo, active camouflage. So if I dodge on top tree tether, I go invisible for a very short period of time. And that can be very enjoyable because you can creep up on people. They might not notice you. You don't completely disappear from the radar. Like if you see right now, Ares, do it again real quick, buddy. Go camo again. See right now, he's still on radar. It'll go kind of on and off. I have a whole video about how camo and radar interact with one another. You can check that video out on the channel. But yeah, it's very, very sneaky. If you want to be a little sneaky hunter, you can be top tree Void and take advantage of camo. You also have Keen Scout, which is not bad. You can sprint and sneak quicker, and you have a better radar. So if you see in the top left corner, the pie slice of my radar is thinner than normal. If I change to a different class, you will see that the pie slice radar will get much wider. So the top tree Tether Hunter has a more accurate, better radar for both PvP and PvE. It can help you out a little bit. Not tremendously better, but better enough that it's noticeably, like, you'll probably find people more easily with that Keen Scout ability. And that is top tree. We will now move on to bottom tree Night Stalker, aka Way of the Pathfinder, which has a tether as well, but the tether is a little bit more unique. It's a multi-shot tether. So whereas Deadfall is a one and done tether, you can repeatedly shoot many tethers until your bar is depleted. Now, you might think to yourself, wow, that sounds way better than top tree tether. Why shoot one tether when I can shoot many tethers? But the thing is that the range on bottom tree tether is really short. So if I fire one right here at the floor, Ares is not tethered immediately. Top tree would hit that. Ares inch forward a little bit. So he's going to inch forward, keep inching. Like, you have to get really close to this fucking thing in order for them to get tethered. Keep inching until you get tagged. See, you have to be very close. Now, if I do hit him with it, you know, it is a one-shot kill, which is nice. It's fairly easy to dodge a tether in PvP, unless you're very close. It's not a very reliable super for PvP. In PvE, it is nice, though, because you can tether a boss, and then you can repeatedly keep hitting him with direct shots, because I believe there is an ability on the bottom tree that I will show you where if you repeatedly hit a tethered enemy with more tethers, they'll take more and more and more damage. So that can be a lot of fun for PvE. Let's see if I can find that real quick. Mobius Quiver. Fire Shadow Shot multiple times in rapid succession. Shadow Shot deals massive damage against a tethered target. So that is usually the play. You tether a target. If they're tethered, you hit them with another one, they take big damage. We also have Lockdown, which is really straightforward. Your grenade effects last twice as long, which is nice. So if you have a Vortex grenade or the unique Void Spike grenade, if you're playing bottom tree Tether Hunter, the duration of the grenade will be much longer thanks to Lockdown. We also have a different way of abusing camo, whereas top tree has Vanishing Step, which you do by using your Hunter dodge. You have Vanish in Smoke, where you take your smoke bomb and you throw it, and now you become camo. So I'll show you right now. We have our smoke bomb. Throw it straight down, or you can throw it at a wall. It'll detonate, and you become camo that way. And if Ares is not on my team, it's fine. Ares, you don't have to change teams, but it will work for allies too. So if I had an ally who was standing right next to me and I wanted to help them out, I could throw a camo nade on them. They would be camo now, or you could actually be together in a clump. So you and multiple allies together, you huddle together, throw a smoke bomb, everybody in the group will become camouflage. Really fun ability. And usually if you're playing bottom tree hunter on tether, you would pair that together with the gambler's dodge class ability, because the whole point there is that if you use your hunter dodge near an enemy, you gain your melee ability back. So if I do the melee ability, activate my camo nade, dodge near a target, and now I have my smoke bomb is now recharged. So usually that is the play if you are playing bottom tree tether. It needs a little help right now, I feel. Again, you're watching in Season 15, so a couple of classes are getting reworked, but not a lot of people roll with bottom tree tether, especially not in PvP. You might see some people rocking it in PvE, but overall, I think it's a class that needs a little bit of extra help. The Spec Blade Hunter is a different way of playing the Night Stalker subclass, whereas top tree and bottom tree, the super is the tether. Middle tree Void on the Hunter has a really, really powerful roaming super, which I will show you now. So you go camouflage, and if I swing my blade, I become not camo. But if you activate your R2 or your M2 button, you will do an uppercut and you will re-go into camouflage. So, and I don't know if you can tell, but while you are in camouflage mode, only with this particular tree of the Hunter, you have hacker vision. So I can see no matter where Ares decides to strafe to, I see him, and he can be very far, and I will repeatedly see him. It's a very, very strong roaming super. If you're looking for a class to figure out for PvP and you just kind of want a baseline on what a really good roaming super is, Spectral Blade is incredibly, incredibly good. And you would think that you would be more frail while you are in active camouflage mode with your Spec Blade, but it's actually the opposite. If you are in camo mode, you are harder to kill. You have more damage resist, which to me doesn't really make sense at all from a power fantasy perspective, but it doesn't matter because it's just the way it is. So most of the time, people will go around the map in camo mode, looking for trouble, using hacker vision to try and find where the enemy is so you can track him down and then just get a quick, easy melee kill. I don't even know where Ares is right now, but odds are I'll probably be able to find him if he gets too close. Did I put the respawn timer on too high? You see, there he is. Like, it's just, you can hunt people from almost across the entire map. It really is that strong. So that is the Spectral Blade roaming super, but we'll talk about everything else they have on the tree. They have flawless execution. So the hacker vision I just showed you is technically called True Sight. That is what it is called. True Sight is the ability. And even though you can have it turned on pretty much the entire time during your roaming super, you can activate it in the neutral game, but you need to kind of finesse it a little bit. You need to get a headshot kill when you are crouched. So we will go over that now. If I get a headshot kill on Ares while I am crouched, I have activated camo mode and hacker vision. Now he's probably going to be respawning, meaning I won't be able to see him right away. But it's the same deal where if he were to be right there around the wall, if I activated, that ability, I would see him. You would have hacker vision. It's called True Sight. You can activate it with a headshot kill on a crouch. It's a very good ability. I feel that if you're a very talented PvP player, you can take big advantage of flawless execution. Even me, I've been playing Destiny for many, many years, and sometimes I have difficulty pulling it off because you have to make sure that you're crouching. So if you're really good, if you've played a lot of FPS games, if you're good at throwing in a crouch while you are in the middle of a PvP strafe fight, I would definitely recommend trying to roll with Spectral Blade if you're very good at doing that. You can get better with it over time. It's a very strong ability. Shattering Strike is after performing a flawless execution, your melee attack will weaken enemies. So if you, usually that's for PvE. If you do a flawless execution and then you go up and melee something, you will weaken it. That's not a really popular, that's not really one of the main appeals to me on the Spectral Blade tree, but it is there. Also, you have the classic smoke bomb, and it's not like bottom tree where you use the smoke bomb to go camo. It's an offensive smoke bomb like top tree where you throw it, you distort their vision, you make them slow, they can't double jump. It's like they're, you're just kind of effing with them directly. It's an offensive melee ability. It's very good. Usually rule of thumb is that any projectile ranged melee ability, very good. And with that, we will now officially move over to Arc. Here's what's going on with Arc. I will show you the roaming super. It is the Arc Staff. You can roll around the map with the Arc Staff. It lasts a fair amount of time. Any player that you whack will take huge damage, and you can also do great damage in PvE with the Arc Staff. There are certain types of hit combos that you can do, meaning I'll show you. So there's your light swipe, and then there's a heavy swipe, but you can also do combos like light, heavy. That one is really good. The light, heavy force palm. I can show you real quick. Ares, if you could do me a favor and put on Spec Blade real quick, because I would like to fight a beefy roaming super, please and thank you. Are you on Spec Blade? If you are, pop it. He's popping it. Give him a minute. So a regular light swipe is going to do minimal damage. It would take, it's going to take 3 to kill him in his beefy camo roaming super. Now, if I were to do a heavy swipe, slightly more damage, right? Slightly more damage. Now I'll have him come back and we'll demonstrate the light, heavy attack, which, if you've seen, I have a couple of videos on what can break a bubble Titan. If you get more into Destiny later, you can check those videos out too. But the light, heavy palm strike is very good. It does an insane amount of damage. You can one-shot a bubble Titan in their bubble. Not from the outside, but from the inside. So, Ares, if you go ahead and pop your camo. Okay, so here we go. Light, boom. if you can hit them with that palm strike, it's going to take a little bit of practice to get used to the palm strike, but if you can accurately time that light, heavy combo, you can pretty much win a 1v1 against any roaming super in the game. They have to be at ground level, of course. You might have trouble with, you know, like a Dawnblade Warlock or something like that, but it's incredibly good. Very powerful roaming super. And another benefit of the roaming super is that you can repeatedly spam dodge. So if you're trying to close the gap against another player, you just dodge forever. It's very difficult for them to hit you because, again, you're kind of breaking aim assist when you do it. Actually, that's a different type of dodge. It's very tricky. And there are certain perks on each tree that will make you even more annoying. So here we go. Combination blow. We're still on top tree. It's more focused on melee combat. So you have melee kills will recharge your dodge ability, which is nice. You have combination blow, which is kill an enemy with its melee ability to trigger health regeneration, and you improve your melee damage temporarily, and it can stack, which is nice. And finally, you have deadly reach. Actually, not finally. We also have lethal current, but we'll talk about deadly reach, where if you dodge, you can improve your melee range. So normally, I'll give you a quick demo on that. Usually, you have to be relatively close to hit with your melee. You know what I mean? I'm getting pretty close to Ares. There you go, before it finally auto locks in. But if you activate deadly reach, you can probably be pretty far out, and boom, melee range goes much higher. So we also have lethal current. After dodging, each arc staff hit creates a damaging lightning aftershock. That's pretty easy to activate because, again, when you're using your arc staff, you're dodging a whole lot, and you activate that lethal current. Usually not why people go top tree, but it's a very straightforward class, pretty easy to learn. If you're into meleeing and you want to be a hunter, you can check out top tree arc. Moving on to bottom tree arc. This is a very strong subclass. If you're watching in the future and light classes ever get buffed, or if Stasis gets nerfed again, you should really pay attention to how many people are playing with Way of the Wind. It's a very strong class. And the reason that it's a strong class is because it rewards you a lot for just playing the game normally. So for example, focused breathing. You have sprinting will recharge your dodge ability. So right now I'm in Mayhem. You won't be able to see it much because our ability regeneration rates are already very high. But by just sprinting, you literally have the ability to recharge your dodge quicker. And considering I've already mentioned that the Hunter dodge is one of the best abilities in the game, incredibly good ability on bottom tree arc. You also have lightning reflexes, where you are harder to kill via dodging. So Ares, do me a favor and just try to shoot me a lot and try to shoot me. He is doing such little damage right now. I have the damage resist factor. You're taking less. He's like shooting so many bullets. It is so easy to roll up on people and get a kill with bottom tree arc staff. It's super easy to use well. Before Stasis came into the picture, this was easily a top tier class. Easily. You have combat meditation. While critically wounded, your melee and your grenade will charge much faster. Again, this entire class will only reward you for playing the game normally. If you're in PvP, if you're in PvE, Ares, shoot me a little bit, will you? There you go. Get me down to red health, would you? See how much quicker? Look, I know we're in Mayhem right now. We're in Mayhem, so no matter what, my abilities are going to recharge quickly. But by just being hurt, you get your melee, you get your grenade back quicker. It's super good. The whole tree rewards you for just playing normally. And you have disorienting blow, which is really funny. Ares, if you can do me a favor and hop on bottom tree arc hunter real quick, we can show people what it looks like when you get hit with the disorienting melee. Gonna hit me with the drunk punch. Hit me. Hit me with that drunk punch, buddy. You get really disoriented. Like they don't move as quick. It's visual distortion. It's a very fun melee ability. People get really triggered in PvP if you hit them with the disorienting melee ability. It's not a very sexy class, Way of the Wind. It's not like you know, arc, or it's not like Void Hunter where, ooh, I can go camo, or ooh, I can have hacker wall vision. There's nothing really insanely unique about it, but it is very good. It just rewards you for playing the game the way you would normally play. So now we are on Middle Tree Arc, which has a similar roaming super. We are not actually on it. It has a similar roaming super to the Arc Staff that we've seen before. But the one key factor is that you can do this. Ares, please shoot me. I am twirling my baton like a madman. And when you are doing that, you are not only immune to incoming damage to an extent, but you are deflecting shots away, which is really, really fun. So there are some weapons in the game where you flat out should never, ever shoot people if they are mid-twirl, because it'll just go right back. It'll just go right back. Ares, can you actually change to Revenant Hunter? He is now changing to Revenant Hunter. So Ares, for the first one, throw the part 1 of your super away, and then for part 2, throw it down at me. Just throwing that part away, and now for over here. I think you didn't hit me directly. But it doesn't matter, I can... Oh, actually, you know what? I forgot. You can just walk into it and twirl it back. We should do that. Well, we totally botched that. We totally botched that. I forgot that you can just walk into it while twirling. Actually, Ares, just throw it down that roaming super on the ground real quick. Anywhere is fine. Here's a tip that not a lot of people know. You can actually take control of this by walking into it and just twirling. It's my tornado now. You don't actually need to time it where it will hit your thing directly. You don't need to time it like that. If there is a Revenant tornado just trolling around on the map and you walk into it while deflecting, you literally take control of the tornado. But other projectile weapons like a grenade launcher or a rocket launcher, you can deflect. You can just flat out ricochet that trash away with the twirl. It's a very good super to try and 1v1 any roaming super that features a projectile like a Dawnblade Warlock. We have people in the chat apparently learning for the first time that you can take control of the Revenant Tornado. See, this is good information to have. You can just bounce things back. It's a very, very good roaming super. Usually the play, if you're fighting this, is to run away. Thank you, Ares, for demonstrating the reflective rocket launcher play. Yeah, it's usually the play is you have to run, because if the person is running towards you while twirling the baton, there's little to nothing you can do to stop them from, like, you can't hurt them. There's very few weapons, actually. Ares, could you put on Mid-Tree Arc? I will show you one of the few weapons. It's literally one of my favorite weapons in the game. This is a very unique thing. We're going down a rabbit hole here. Pop and twirl, buddy. The Devil's Ruin sidearm does not care about your twirl. You can almost kill them in one charge up. There's very few weapons that have the power to pierce through. Now, I know I just kind of punked that super a little bit, but for the most part, any weapon, any projectile, it will be either absorbed or deflected. It won't hurt you. It's a very good super. If you want to try and practice with it, if you're a new player, definitely something interesting to learn. Let's go through the tree real quick. We have Tempest Strike. This is a unique melee ability for Middle Tree Arc. You do it when sliding. So it's kind of like a projectile. It's not as effective maybe, or not as straightforward as a like a Titan melee hammer throw or a Hunter smoke bomb, because you have to sprint, you got to slide, you got to do that. It goes out along the floor. It goes very far, and as you can see, it does a lot of damage. So it's pretty good. If you know you're being chased, you can run away and you can quickly do an about face and, you know, hit them with the melee along the floor. Very strong ability. We'll keep going here. We have Ebb and Flow. Hit a target with an arc ability to electrify them. Meleeing electrified enemies will disorient them and give you grenade melee and dodge energy. Lightning Weave. Melee hits will increase weapon reload speed. I actually completely forgot about Lightning Weave. Not bad, considering how good the Tempest Strike... I'm trying to find Ares here. Get down there, will you, buddy? Not bad, considering how strong that melee ability is. Let's keep going. We have Whirlwind Guard. You've already seen that. All you have to do is hold whatever your block deflect button is, And it will take away your super a little bit quicker if you're deflecting. If you notice that the super bar is going down a little bit quicker. So you have to kind of learn on when to time your twirl. You're going back and forth between chasing people and then like, oh, they're about to shoot, twirl, 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 twirl. Twirl, twirl, twirl. That is Middle Tree Arc Staff in a nutshell. Okay, now we are officially going to talk about Solar. We've now gone through everything on the Arc Tree. We are now on Gunslinger, the Solar Hunter. I will show you the roaming super. It is the Golden Gun, kind of an iconic Hunter super. The timer is very brief. You're going to notice right away that the timer on Golden Gun is much shorter than other roaming supers. So with the Arc Staff, you can run around the map. It's going to last maybe about 15 to 20 seconds, depending on how much you're swinging. But the Golden Gun will deplete much, much quicker. And the reason it depletes quicker is because it's very powerful. You can cross-map people with a bullet that will literally kill in one shot. Incredibly good. But because the timer is so short, you have to make sure that when you're entering an engagement, you are really about to go into the thick of battle. You can't pop it from across map and then, you know, roll around looking for a target. Oh, I'll get to the other side of the map. No, you got to make sure, oh, they're right around the corner. Boom, you pop Golden Gun, you head right in. Back on Top Tree Golden, we have an explosive throwing knife, which I will show you when we load into the game. That can be really fun. This is a very good perk, Chains of Woe. Anytime you get a headshot kill, you get better weapon reload speed for you and any ally that is nearby. You have Deadshot, which improves your ability to hit with the Golden Gun. We believe that is tied to aim assist inherent in the game. So just more forgiving with your Golden Gun shots. And we have 6-shooter. So I don't know if you noticed, but when we were in the game that we were just in, demonstrating the power of the Golden Gun, there are 6 shots to the Top Tree Golden Gun. And a nice feature here is that every time you get a kill, you will refund a bullet. So if I head to the middle of the map right now, to Mohawk, to find areas with my Golden Gun, again, take note, we have 6 shots in the mag here. And if I shoot him, where'd you go? Boom. You lose 1, but you gain 1 back because you get a kill. So very generous. You just kind of hop into a crowd of dudes, hip fire your Golden Gun, just bam, 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 and you're good to go. And let me show you that explosive throwing knife real quick. So we have the knife, and on Top Tree, the throwing knife will embed into a surface or wall. Aries, could you go touch that knife for me real quick? Target comes by. It was a little too late, my bad. Go for it. Target comes by. Wow. It's a very fickle knife, apparently. Let's do a knot on a slanted wall. There you go. That was weird. Here, let's try it again on a not slanted wall. Get over there, buddy. There we go. That's what's supposed to happen. It's a proximity knife. So if you're really good at knowing where enemies are moving to, if you feel like you're being chased, you want to lay a trail of breadcrumbs. Aries, get over there. They're chasing you. Boom, they take extra damage. So bad. I think you need to actually walk onto it directly. Walk onto it directly. Oh, it activated there remotely. Some of the explosion radius is leaving a lot to be desired. Aries, give me a nod there. Yeah, yeah. Go near that. Fair enough. Anyway, you've seen it. Sometimes the explosion radius can be jank, but you can of course hit someone with the knife directly for good damage. But mainly it's used as a defensive tool, kind of a zoning tool. That's the power of the boom boom knife. So we will move now to Bottom Tree Golden Gun, which still has a Golden Gun, but it's a little bit different. I will show you Bottom Tree Golden Gun. Right away, you will notice we don't have 6 shots in the mag anymore. We only have 3. And the timer is just as bad as Top Tree Golden Gun. You have to pop it. You kind of have to make a play within a couple seconds, because if you wait too long, it's going to burn out and you're going to lose your Golden Gun. But the feature here for Bottom Tree is that headshot damage is enabled on Golden Gun. Meaning, Bottom Tree is probably way better suited to deal with a roaming super, because even though you have Top Tree, you can just pump a couple of shots into them, depending on how many you have, and you'll probably get the job done. But with Bottom Tree, if you're accurate, you aim for the head, and you can just get it done in one shot because you have that headshot damage turned on for the gun. If people are playing Golden Gun in PvE, they usually go with bottom tree because, again, if you want to deal more damage to a big enemy like a boss or a champion or whatever, you want the ability to get that extra shot damage. So they go with bottom tree for the line 'em up perk, which gives you headshot damage on a Golden Gun. So moving on, we have knock 'em down. Headshot kills will improve your weapon stability and weapon handling. Your super does more damage when cast while the buff is active, with 20 or more seconds remaining. Definitely not a bad weapon perk. You have the weighted knife. This is a really fun melee ability. Normally, if people are playing Golden Gun, bottom tree in PvP, there's like a 50% chance that the reason they're doing it is so they can have fun with the heavy weighted throwing knife. So you're going to notice that it takes a little while to wind up and throw, whereas with top tree, you throw it very, very quickly. It's like an instant chuck. You have this little twirl up animation, and you can also see that the knife will bounce off of a wall. So if I throw it here, knife will ricochet off a wall. If you're near a target, the wall can help you ricochet the knife into a target. I'll show you that. But the power of the weighted knife is what people like because, boom, you can literally one-shot people with the knife. It is very, very satisfying if you go into PvP and hit somebody with that one-hit knife ability. It is so, so satisfying. And the headshot range is fairly generous. If you aim too low, like at crotch area, it's not going to give it to you. But even if you aim at like maybe arm or above, it will give you a one-shot head kill, which is, God, so enjoyable. And we'll get Ares back here, and we will throw a knife which will ricochet off the wall. We can show you the power of the ricochet knife. It's kind of an aim assist thing, much like the Titan shield. Ares, come on over here. And it can help you get kills that you really maybe shouldn't get in-game. It's not always going to hit. The game tries to make it... Actually, let's stand by a wall that's not slanted. Come over here. Yeah, like right there. There you go. There you go. I'll bank it off. I'll bank it off this wall here. Will this hit you? It will not. I think it used to be a little bit more generous. Is it also... There's a piece of exotic armor where you can bank it twice. But yeah, this is... This is not doing it justice right now. I'm definitely not doing it justice. But you can use ricochets. It can especially be handy in a tight hallway like so, where there's only so much room where an enemy can go before they definitely are going to get hit by a ricochet knife. But again, mainly the appeal is that the headshot knife will kill in one hit, and people love doing that in PvP. So moving on, if there's anything else we have on the tree, yeah, practice makes perfect. You can reduce the cooldown of your Golden Gun, meaning that you can get your Golden Gun faster if you get a headshot hit, which is pretty neato burrito. And before I forget, we are moving on to Middle Tree Solar, which is Blade Barrage. As of the recording of today's video, and I don't expect this to change in Season 15, Blade Barrage is bad. This is IMO one of the worst, if not the worst classes in Destiny right now. It looks really cool. If I show you the super, you throw a bunch of knives that are on fire in a gigantic attack. 2 different waves. And then you look at that and you're like, wow, that is really, really good. How could you say that this class is bad? Well, the super's not bad. You can use it to shut people down, but as Ares showed, you can partially run through it. Now, if you were a roaming super and you partially ran through a little bit of the Blade Barrage, you would be laughing all the way to the bank because you would live, and now their shutdown super is wasted. You see a lot of people in PvP trying to hit people with Blade Barrage, whiffing. You can hit ceilings a lot. Like if I'm out here, you'd be like, oh, look, there's a guy down there. Let's go hit him. And then you jump and throw your Blade Barrage, and you throw it into the roof and hurt yourself. And it's just really easy to F up. Roaming supers will love to try and bait out your Blade Barrage because they know you have it. It's not good, the class overall. And we're going to keep showing you what else it brings to the table. I do hope it gets buffed in the future. The melee ability is called Knife Trick. You throw a series of little triple knives into the knight. You can throw them like so. Not every knife is going to hit because, as you can see, when you throw it, it will kind of spread out in a fan pattern. So you throw it and the knives will spread out. So you're more likely to hit a target with all three knives if they're close to you. You can also kind of like shimmy your mouse in a way that if you turn and throw them, it's more likely that you will hit them with more than just the one. But it is fairly easy to whiff. Like, you need to really practice with it to consistently hit more than just one knife, and it's not that terrific. It's nowhere near as good as the weighted knife. We have Burning Edge, which is while enemies burn, your dodge ability recharges quicker. That is really the only nice thing about Middle Tree Solar, is that there's an extra way to charge your dodge ability, which is nice. But compare that with Bottom Tree Arc, where all you have to do is just sprinting will recharge your dodge. What would you rather have? An ability where your dodge comes back quicker because you're running, which you're going to be doing 99% of the time, or your dodge comes back quicker because you hit someone with your shitty burning knife trick? To me, it is a no-brainer. And destroying burning enemies with your little... If you burn an enemy and then you kill them, you recharge your knife trick a little bit quicker, which is... yay, I guess. You hit him with that, and then you kill him. Cool. You get your weak little knife back better. It's a very underused class for a reason. If you want to try it out, go try it out. I'm sure eventually Bungie will buff it, but for right now, it's not good. And I think with that, we are moving on to the final subclass tree, which is the Stasis Hunter, otherwise known as the Revenant Hunter. So again, if you have leapt forward in the video to the current chapter, if you haven't watched any of the other chapters, the aspects up here are unique to your class. So the Touch of Winter can only be on the Hunter. The Shadow Dive can only be on the Hunter. Those are specific to your class. But the things down here, the fragments, these are any class can put them on. Anyone down here. Whisper of Hedrons, you got Whisper of Bonds, Whisper of Shards. You can customize your class with those. Any class can do that. And again, there is no top tree, middle tree, or bottom tree on the Revenant Hunter. It is just a more open class. You can customize it very freely like you can with the other Stasis classes. And you've already seen the nades maybe from the other chapter. If you haven't, I will quickly show. The Glacier Nade is a big wall of ice, which is really handy. You can break each crystal, which if an enemy is nearby, you can damage them from the breaking of a crystal. You can use a Glacier Nade to climb up and get higher in a battle. That is really interesting. Then we have the Duskfield Grenade, which is a cold suck zone. Anyone inside, I hit him directly. Normally, they will just take repeated chip damage and be slowed. If they are in the suck zone for too long, they will become frozen. Used to be a very good nade. Not really so much anymore. And we have the Cold Snap Grenade, which will travel along the floor until it finds a target and freezes them. The range ain't what it used to be, as clearly you can see. I'll throw another one, and there we go. Those are your basic grenades. A lot of people right now, as of the recording of today's video, are playing the Hunter for really two reasons. One is that they have access to Shatter Dive, which is one of the best abilities in the game. It is a move where you can slam down on the ground. If they ever really took this ability and nerfed it over the top, you would see a big decline in the number of Revenant Hunter players. It's very good because a lot of Hunter players in PvP will repeatedly jump. It is hard to fight a player who is jumping over you, maybe showering down bullets on you while you're like, oh, where are they? So there's a lot of aerial combat. And usually it's not good to stay in the air too long, because if I'm trying to get a good shot and there are multiple people out there and they're shooting me, I'm making myself a big target by being up in the air. But as a hunter, you can immediately, let's say you jump up into an engagement and there's a ton of people shooting at you. You're like, oh crap, I shouldn't have jumped up here. You can immediately cancel that jump by shatter diving down into the ground. It's a very, very good tool, incredibly handy, and it can break crystals. So a lot of the time you will see the following: people throwing a glacier grenade, freeze a target, shatter dive, and you just nuke them with an unreal amount of damage. You're shatter diving and breaking every crystal, yeah, but you're doing huge, huge damage. Shatter dive is a very popular perk right now. And you have Touch of Winter. People like that because it takes your grenade and it makes it a little better. If you saw earlier with the Titan and Warlock chapter, the Glacier Nade will put crystals in a horizontal, just a straight line. But with Touch of Winter, you improve each grenade in a different way. So for the Hunter, Touch of Winter Glacier, you get one extra crystal and it spawns in a circular shape, meaning it's much easier to trap people. He jumped unknowingly, but it's much easier to trap people for the Shatter Dive KO, which is why people enjoy that ability. The Hunter, the Revenant Hunter Super right now is bad because it's very easy to run away from. This is really the only drawback from playing a Revenant Hunter. It can do work. You do two projectiles. You throw one and then the other. The first one will freeze people and do big damage. So if I hit him with the first one, frozen and he's dead. And then the second one that you throw, wherever you want to throw it, is a ice tornado, and it will roam around the map looking for a target. The unfortunate thing about the Revenant Ice Tornado is that it's dumb. It is it's just an AI. It will track towards a nearby player. It'll do the best it can, but it gets hindered a lot by the map. So Aries, if you go on the other side of that doorway over there, if I throw that out there and then throw the tornado right here. Now the tornado is going to try to go for Aries. And it's stupid. Like, he's right there. It knows there's an enemy there. It's trying to come for him. Okay, it actually made it through the door. Good. Sometimes it won't make it through the door. And look how gently he's out walking away from it. Aries, go in here again in this tunnel. There are going to be doors where you will not be able to have the tornado chase a person because it just won't be able to go through. It's actually doing much better than I thought right now. It's being much less dumb than normal. Sometimes you will have tornadoes trapped on doors. Sometimes you will have tornadoes not moving in the direction of a target because it is locked onto another target that you don't want it to be locked onto. It's not a brilliant tornado, but they are buffing it in Season 15. It is pretty good at shutting down roaming supers. So if an enemy is running at you with a roaming super, you can quickly hit them with, big damage followed by tornado, little gun damage, and hopefully they get slowed down enough. You know, if he's playing Arc Staff so he can dodge out of it, it's not going to be invincible. A lot of roaming supers are weak to that kind of stuff, but you can outrun it. It's not a fantastic super. Getting buffed in Season 15, but that is the Revenant Hunter in a nutshell. Now we are going to talk about the primary character stats on your Guardian, which are mobility, resilience, recovery, discipline, intellect, and strength. Kind of a lot. It's going to sound like a lot at first, but you're going to get the hang of it really quickly. We're going to go through each stat, which, by the way, is governed by what type of armor you're wearing. Armor is RNG rolled. They all come with buffs to each of these 6 primary stats. There are ways to get targeted armor, but for the most part, a lot of the armor that you pick up in the game will be RNG. But we're going to start with mobility. So mobility is your movement speed. The game tells you increases your movement speed and maximum jump height. That is a little bit actually misleading. So let me tell you, when they say movement speed, I'm sure you would assume, hey, the higher mobility I have, maybe the faster I can run. Not true. Doesn't matter how high your mobility is, your overall sprint speed is going to remain the same. There are ways where you can run faster, like on the bottom tree arc Hunter, there's a perk where you will sprint faster. But for the most part, mobility does not affect your sprint. It only affects your strafe and walking speed. Now that probably sounds kind of lame because you were hoping to be a very quick, speedy guardian, but it's still not terrible because if you're strafing against another player, you can strafe better with high mobility, meaning that if you want to win a lot of 1v1 gunfights, you can invest putting points into mobility so you can have a better, quicker strafe. Also for jump height on mobility, it's only your first initial jump. So if you're a hunter with a double jump, the only jump that mobility is going to affect is going to be the very first jump. It's not going to affect every jump, but it can affect it a lot. So if you have one mobility, you're going to have a very short initial jump height. And if you have a very high mobility, you're going to have a very high initial jump height. A lot of hunters love to go high on mobility for the jump factor alone, because again, jumping over people is very effective in PvP. So here's the third thing that mobility does, which is only tied to the hunter. So if you'll remember earlier, I mentioned that you can do 4 basic things with your class. You have your grenade ability, you have your melee ability, you have your class ability, and you have your super, right? Now, the class ability for each class is tied to a unique stat. So if we look up the hunter, the hunter dodge is tied to your mobility, meaning that if you want to play a hunter, it is crucial that you not only don't ignore your mobility, you crank it up. If you're watching people at high level play in PvP, it is very likely that a high level PvP hunter is going to have a tier 10 mobility stat each and every time, because the higher you get your mobility cranked up, the quicker you get your hunter dodge to recharge. And that is a really, really good ability. You want that stat absolutely maxed. So that is mobility. Moving on, we can talk about resil, aka resilience. So you want to think of your resil of how much health you have. If you're thinking about Destiny from a very RPG standpoint, you're thinking that, oh, wow, I can probably crank out my health a ton. You kind of can't. It's very difficult to measure the effects of resil in PvE when you're getting hit by, a low-level trash enemy, by a boss, by anything. It's very difficult to measure how much resil is actually helping you, but we do know for a fact that it does give you more health overall. Usually resil is kind of more of a factor in PvP, where if you have more health, there might be a situation where a guardian has to fire an extra shot depending on the gun that they are using in order to kill you and put you down. I have another video on the channel which I can link about what is the best resil number overall for PvP. But really your goal with resil, if you want to be slightly beefier, is that maybe you're forcing the enemy to kill you with an extra shot from the gun, or rather than kill you with, 2 headshots and 1 body shot, maybe they have to kill you with 3 headshots. It's not going to matter all the time, but it is there. And for Titan players, your class ability, the Titan Barricade, is directly tied to your resil stat. Meaning, if you want to have your barricade charge much quicker, be charged all the time, you want to pump a lot of points into your resil to make sure that you are taking advantage of your Titan Barricade a lot. Moving on. Recovery. This is a really, really important stat. Ares now has to run, which is unfortunate. Can I just get you to shoot me one time, Ares? One time. Before you go. Shoot me a couple times. Get me to red health. Thank you. My health is now regenning. Relatively quickly. Ares, you may now go. Thank you for your help. Recovery dictates how quickly your health will regenerate. And if you have low recovery, which is moderately hard to do, because again, all your armor will pump up your stats in one way or another. If you have low recovery, you are really going to feel that effect. The fact that it's going to take a very long time for your health to regenerate in the fight, PvP or for PvE, you're going to feel very weak for a long time. Currently in the D2 meta, recovery is heavily prioritized. If you are running anything under 6 recovery or something like that, that is very low. You want to make sure that your recovery is really high. So that way you get hurt, duck around a corner, you get your health back. Again, PvP or PvE, you just want to get back into the fight immediately, and recovery is going to help you do that. Warlock players, your unique class ability, the Rift, either the Healing Rift or the Empowering Rift, is tied directly to recovery. So again, if you want to make sure that you're taking advantage of the Empowering Rift, the Healing Rift, whatever your Warlock Rift you have, as frequently as you can, you want to pump up your recovery, which is really good news for Warlock players because, again, as I mentioned, recovery is a very important stat. Warlock players are probably going to get that high no matter what, just to get the health regen. But the fact that it is tied to their class ability is very, very good. Moving on. Discipline. Very easy to understand. The higher your discipline is, the quicker your grenade will recharge. So we are in Mayhem right now, meaning that no matter what I do, my ability is going to come back rather quickly. That's what Mayhem is. But you can see that our grenade is recharging in the bottom left corner. And the higher your discipline is, the quicker you are going to get your grenade back. So if you're playing a build in the game where maybe you're trying to take advantage of your grenade as much as you can, like I showed you the Hunter shatter dive earlier, you want to shatter dive a lot of people. Maybe you want a really high discipline stat to make sure that you are getting your grenade back as quickly as possible. And with that, we move to, let's actually jump down to strength real quick, because that kind of is the opposite side of the coin to discipline. Strength, very much like discipline, it is how quickly you regenerate your melee ability. So we have the Hunter Shuriken right now, which is our current melee ability. If you have a very high strength, you are going to recover your melee ability very, very quickly. And with that, we get to intellect. Intellect is going to determine the cooldown of your super. So if you have a very high intellect, you are going to regenerate your super very quickly. Now, even still, it's going to take a long time. I'm showing you right now, I'm at tier 5. The highest you can get to is tier 10. And with tier 5, my super is currently at a 4-minute, 47-second cooldown. Not quick. But if you go into PvP or actually PvE, a lot of people really concentrate a lot of the time on making sure their intellect is pumped up, because if you are able to get your super quicker, it is a very easy and very free way to kill people, because a lot of supers are so damn strong. So having your recovery be relatively high, having your intellect be relatively high is usually what most people go for, and then the rest probably dependent on your build. Strength, if you have a melee-friendly character, spend a lot of time on that. If you have a grenade build, focus a lot on discipline. If you want to do your Titan barricade a lot, or if you want to be a little extra beefy, go with Brazil. And if you are a hunter, no question at all, you should be pumping up your mobility each and every time. Now we're going to talk about power level. And this is the second time I've needed to record this part, meaning that even veteran players can potentially struggle with understanding the concept of power level. So let me explain to you. Your power level can be viewed anytime by opening your character and looking at the number right there. Your power level is a summary of all the power of every piece of your gear, right? So hover over any weapon, you hover over any piece of armor, it'll tell you that big number, 1318 right there, 1319. It will tell you how strong your gear is. Now, normally that's going to make a difference when you're playing PvE activities. So if we open up our directory, you look, recommended power, 1100. Compared to my 1341, we are well above an 1100 recommended power level, meaning if we go into that activity, we're not going to have any trouble. It's going to be very easy. We're not going to take a buttload of extra damage from other enemies. It'll be fine. But then if you compare that to a Grandmaster level activity, recommended power 1360, that is a very high power recommendation. And because we are 1341, if we go into a 1360, we are probably going to be dealing much less damage to enemy AI. We are going to be taking more damage overall. So you want to be sure that you're taking care of your power level. You want to make sure that you're acquiring gear with high power, to keep getting that number to get higher and higher and higher. You don't need to worry, for the most part, about PvP. If you are worried about power being active in PvP, it's only going to be active in 2 unique game types, which I will talk about later. One called Trials, the other called Iron Banner. But if you hover over any PvP core activity, it will show you right there, level advantage disabled. It says it right on your screen. Don't need to worry about power level in PvP, mainly for PvE. So how is your power level raised? How do you become stronger with your gear? So we are back at the tower right now, and you are checking out a lot of my gear. When you acquire gear in the world and your inventory is full, it will come back to the postmaster at the tower. So a lot of gear capped at 1310. Why is that? There are 3 things you need to write down. There is the soft cap, there is the powerful cap, and there is the pinnacle cap. Currently, as of the recording of today's video, the soft cap is 1260, which we are well above, meaning that if I were a new player and I went in to play the game, if I did strikes, if I did PvP, if I did anything, I would repeatedly earn gear, and the level would get higher and higher until we hit the soft cap, which again would be 1260. If you were to keep playing the game forever and ever and ever without doing any other challenging activities that would reward better gear, if you just kept playing, you would be limited to the 1260 power cap. You would not be able to go beyond that point. Every season has a different soft, power, and pinnacle cap. So if you're watching the video in the future, which you will be in season 15, the power cap is going to go up by 10. So I think if we could accurately predict for season 15, it would probably be a 1270 soft cap, a 1320 powerful cap, and a 1330 pinnacle cap. Usually each season it'll go up by 10 power, but every one time per year when they come out with, when Bungie puts out their big expansion, the next one being the Witch Queen, then they're going to do a significant raise of the power bar. But for now, it is 1260, 1310, and 1320. So what does that mean? So as I showed you, if you kept doing things, regular activities, and you keep doing things that are just going to reward you gear, and if you flat out avoided powerful engrams, Detox in the chat, you are correct. Thank you for that, Caps, by the way. If you flat out avoided every engram that dropped on the floor, and you just never touched them, and you remained at 1260, you'd be there forever. You have to break through to the next tier of gear, which is called powerful gear. So the way you get out of the 1260 cap, out of the soft cap, is by acquiring more powerful gear. So if you open up your directory, there are plenty of ways that you can see to get powerful gear. If you do bounties for the gunsmith at the tower, reward powerful engram. If you do bounties for shacks, you can get a powerful gear. You can get powerful gear from Zavala. You can get powerful gear from doing your clan rewards. You can get powerful gear from the Drifter. If you open up the directory for each core activity, which we will go over shortly, you can hover over each one and it will show you, yes, you can get pinnacle gear from there, but we want powerful right now. Powerful gear tier 1. Jesus, so much pinnacle. Let's open up pinnacle. Powerful right there. Powerful gear. So by getting powerful engrams or powerful rewards, you are able to break through the soft cap, and you will continue to do that until you hit the powerful cap. So currently, the powerful power cap is at 1310, which is you can see all the gear I have stashed away in my postmaster is at the power cap, which currently is at 1310, meaning that if I went into PvP and I got a random Stars in Shadow to drop because the game was like, hey, you did a PvP match, good for you, we'll give you a piece of gear at the power cap. It's not going to go higher than that. It's not going to go higher than 1310 because that is the power cap. So the way to break through the power cap is to go for pinnacle rewards. Those are the highest tier engrams that you can acquire in D2. Again, I apologize if this is confusing, but it's just think of it as get gear until you get blocked by the power cap, and then get powerful engrams until you get blocked by the pinnacle cap, and then get pinnacle engrams. So if you open up in your directory and you hover over a couple core activities, you will notice that they will reward you pinnacle gear. Pinnacle gear is how you break through the power cap. Normally, there are limited methods of acquiring pinnacle gear. You can still go for a pinnacle engram if you are not even at the powerful cap yet, because why not? But once you hit that cap where powerful engrams will no longer do anything for you, you have to acquire pinnacle gear in order to push beyond that cap. I really do hope that makes sense. Again, if you go around the directory, you can see these gold icons. This will show you what you're looking for in terms of a gold icon means you can earn gear. So you hover over it. If by doing 3 Gambit games, you get a piece of pinnacle gear. So if you're a new player, you're trying to look around for what can I do to up my power level? How do I get better gear? Open your directory, look for the shining gold icon. That is what you do. One more thing about power that we should talk about, which is the artifact. Every season, you will have an artifact. This is something that Bungie has added to the game. They want it to kind of be part of the core experience of D2. It's your artifact. You usually get them very early on in the season. And your artifact is something that the more you play the game, you will get experience towards your artifact. So you may have noticed earlier that I mentioned that the power cap, the pinnacle cap, excuse me, is 1320, meaning that if you're getting pinnacle gear, your pinnacle gear will never be higher than 1320 currently in season 14. Next season, it's going to be 1330. But again, all my gear, you can tell, none of it is higher than 1320. So you might be thinking, well, why is your power level overall 1341? It's because of the artifact. The artifact has no cap, meaning you can continually power up the artifact if, in theory, you were locked into the hyperbolic time chamber and you just did nothing but grind the game over and over and over and over. You could get your artifact to an insanely ungodly level. It would take a lot of time, but again, there is no cap on the artifact and it adds on to your overall power. Now, there are activities in the game where they purposefully take away your artifact power to keep everybody on a fairish playing ground. One of the PvP activities that people play a lot is called Trials. It happens every weekend. More on that later. And power does matter in that game type, but they take away your artifact power. Because if they gave people the ability to go into Trials and your artifact power was added on top, then it wouldn't really reward PvP skill. It would just reward troglodytes who do bounty grinding forever, and you don't want that. So certain activities take the artifact power away, but it is something that you can level up. So you open up your artifact, and there are armor mods here. These are all things that we will get to in time. Your artifact has unique armor mods that you can acquire the more you level up your artifact. But for right now, I just want to tell you that the artifact has the ability to level up. It will contribute to your overall power level, and it contains armor mods. But that is the artifact in a nutshell. Before we move on to core activities, we actually have one more thing to talk about, which is gear infusion, which is you don't always have to pick up new gear of a new power level if you're trying to get higher power level overall. So let's say you have a weapon roll that you really feel good about. You're like, wow, I love that weapon roll. It's got great perks on it. But then you pick up a new sniper and you're trying to grow your power level and you're like, oh shoot, man, that new sniper, I don't like the weapon roll as much, but the power level is higher and I'm trying to make my guardian the most powerful I can be. I guess I have to delete that weapon roll that I really like and roll with the more powerful version of that weapon. Now you don't have to do that because you can infuse weapons. Now it's hard to show you right now because all of my weapons are at 1320. Actually, we have a winner right here. If I were to open this up because it is not at the pinnacle cap, I could, in theory, infuse another gun into this gun to raise the power cap on this gun. And that is how you keep weapons around with a roll that you really like. you can infuse it up. You need a special item to do that, if you can see on my screen, called the upgrade module. We're going to get into economy and items later, but just know that for both weapons and armor, you can in fact infuse them up to a higher power level. But the downside being that if you are to do that, you will be deleting, I'm not going to hold it down all the way, but if you hold it down all the way, you will be permanently deleting that weapon to power up the weapon that you're trying to raise up. So that is infusion in a nutshell. More on economy later. Now we can officially talk about the core activities, which people have been weighing in the chat. A couple people said their favorite activity is Gambit. I want you to know that if you're a new player to D2, welcome to the community. Anyone who tells you Gambit is their favorite game type is lying to you. So we will now go over the core activities. Mainly you have PvE, PvP, and then a hybrid of PvE and PvP. So the PvE playlist is, I just went by it. It is here, the Vanguard destination on your map. This is all PvE. It's mainly strikes. There's an activity called Battlegrounds that you can do. There is a Nightfall, which is a harder version of a strike. And then there is a Grandmaster Nightfall, which is considered endgame PvE content. Very challenging. It's kind of a Grandmaster. It's a Nightfall dialed up to 11. But for the most part, this is the PvE playlist right here. These are all strikes. They have matchmaking. A lot of them do. If I were to fire up a Vanguard strike, it would matchmake me with 2 other people. We would go into an activity, and you would fight a bunch of AI. You go through, eventually, it's like a story mission. They're about, I don't know, 7 to 15 minutes, depending on what strike you pick. But that is the PvE strike playlist in a nutshell, called the Vanguard. The PvP core activity is called Crucible. If you want to play against other people, you will go into the Crucible. There are different ways to play. Currently in the game, pretty much every game type is kind of like deathmatch, but with more steps. So Control is kind of the bread and butter D2 Crucible game type. You might look at it and be like, oh, capture zones. Well, that's an objective. You just said deathmatch. Yeah, but it doesn't function the way that a lot of other FPS game objective game types do. In Destiny, when you control a zone, the more zones you have controlled, the more points you get when you get a kill. So if you have 1 zone controlled and you get a kill, you will get 1 point. If you have 3 zones controlled and you get a kill, you will get 3 points per kill. So again, seems like objective. It's really just complicated deathmatch. Every game type is a more complicated version of deathmatch. It's very rare that at the moment that there is true objective in Destiny 2 PvP. Bungie has mentioned they're bringing back Rift in the future, which is a very objective game type. We're hoping for more of that in the future, but for right now, if you want PvP, you can go into the Crucible. Final core activity, or at least what I consider a core activity, is called Gambit, and this is a hybrid of PvP and PvE. This is a little bit of both. How do you have a hybrid of both? Well, you go in and you're racing against another team on a different map. So you're on a different map as the other team. You are farming PvE enemies as quickly as you can. And when you kill them, they drop moats on the ground, and you bring the moats back to the middle of the map and dunk them into a huge bank. And then a couple times during the game, you can invade the other team's map. And then is a PvP activity. So it's mostly PvE with the potential to invade. A lot of people in the community, you will learn very quickly, are very opinionated on Gambit. We feel that it might need a little bit more love. It has potential to be cool, but for a lot of people, it just kind of turns into a big headache. If you go in and play Gambit, you will immediately find out. There are other activities. I will quickly load up a patrol or it's kind of like free roam. If you want, you can just open up any planet on your directory, planet or moon or whatever, and you can load into an area. And if you want, you can just walk around and do free roam or patrol. And there are things that you can do while down in a patrol. which I will show you. If you're looking at the map and you're trying to understand, any of these circles with the white arrow indicates that you can fast travel to that location. So now we're on the planet. If I want to, I can fast travel to another location. More on what that is in a minute. But for now, oh, there's a public event here. You can roll around, and if you whip out your ghost, you can see that there are these icons on the map. These are called patrols. So if you want to do a quick little mini mission that you can do with your friends to get a feel for the game, you walk over, you activate the patrol, and now you are on a patrol. There's different types, and you see the objective on your screen. So it says cleaning up the streets, whip out your ghost, and it tells you eliminate dregs in Trostland, that's the area we're at, and recover their ether tanks. So if I were to walk around and find a dreg, which of course, now that I'm trying to find one, I probably won't find one. We'll roll over here. Sometimes there's dregs over here. Here's a dreg. Shoot him. And he drops the little thing. And they're only going to drop these things if you're in the middle of a patrol that requires it. They're not going to normally drop stuff like that. But see, we're doing a patrol right now. It's like a little mini mission that you can do on any planet or location. That's kind of a core activity to Destiny. I'm just going through everything you can do in the game, or what it would consider a core activity. Another thing you can do on each planet is you can do a lost sector. So if you're ever looking at a map and you see this icon, kind of like a a very dull, gray, dreary rainbow, or whatever you want to call it, some kind of arch with a dot in the middle, that will show you that you are near a lost sector, which is kind of like a hidden, out of the way area of the map, where if you load into it, the other people in the area will despawn. You can really go into a lost sector alone or with a fire team, but you can't find other people. You can't find other random people in a lost sector. And if you open up your ghost, it'll show you that you're in a lost sector. These are kind of just out of the way little hidey hole areas where, you know, you go through, you kill a boss at the end, and there's a loot chest that'll open up. There's that loot chest on the other side of the window. There's the mini boss right there. You go through. It's a good way to get a little XP and get some gear if you're a new player. They're very tiny strikes. I would think that would be correct, Jared. There's another thing that'll happen a lot out in the open, and that is a public event indicated by this icon here. It's optional. They are on a never-ending timer. They will always be happening at some point. So we're going to quickly drop in to that area and see if we can catch the tail end of that public event, just to quickly show you what it looks like. But a public event is something that happens in a particular area. Again, on a timer. It's a mini little event that happens for 1 to 2 minutes. They're very brief. And if you finish the public event, you get rewarded with some gear. So if you're a new player and you're looking for ways to continually get gear so you can reach the soft cap, you want to look for maybe a public event, and always make sure that you're opening your map to double check, because there could be a public event going on right now that you didn't know about. So the sky's going dark. We are in the middle of a public event right now. If there were other guardians in the area, apparently I'm freaking alone out here, but if there were other guardians in the area, they could join up for a public event. This is something you can do with other people and meet new people playing D2 with a public event. Now, there's something about public events that I need to talk about. I'm sure people in my Twitch chat might be very passionate about this. Public events have two ways that you can finish them. You can finish them, well, you can fail, which is the, hopefully you won't be failing, but you can complete them, or you can make them heroic. And if you're a new player, I strongly recommend, and you're looking to do public event grinding, I highly recommend that you find a chart or a diagram that talks about every public event and how to make them heroic. So if I continue defending this item, this object, on the EDZ repeatedly until the timer has expired, we will complete it. But if we see this little unique weird thing on the ground, if we destroy each and every one of these before the public event is over, we will have turned the event from a regular public event into a heroic public event. And usually you always want to convert it into a heroic public event because the loot is just a little bit better. And very often, frequently, you can end the public event way quicker if you get it to become a heroic public event. So it's usually better for everybody. You'll often see veteran players rolling their eyes, being like, oh, please learn about how to make it public, because sometimes new players don't know how to make a public event heroic, and they'll just be out there doing their best. And unfortunately, they'll kind of get in the way of making a public event heroic. So if you can, try to look it up on what to do to make a public event heroic, because it'll be better overall. But we will now go to orbit. And there are two other things that I want to talk to you about that you can do. Maybe three. There is a seasonal activity. Every season there is a seasonal activity. And then there's dungeons and raids. We'll quickly look at the seasonal activity. The location currently, as of today's recording in Season 14, is you can go to the helm and activate an activity called Override. Every season comes with a unique activity. And if you want, usually, new gear featured from that season, you will go and do the new seasonal activity. So if there's a new gun or a new piece of armor, here's a new gun called the Chroma Rush. Very sexy looking auto rifle, all tricked out with the latest seasonal bling. If you're looking to get new seasonal armor, or if you're looking to get new seasonal weapons, look for whatever the new activity is. Bungie will usually direct you to it to make sure that you know that it is there. Right now, it is Override. Before that, I believe it was the Battleground activity. Yeah, you also need access to the Season Pass. Thank you for reminding me that. If you're a free player and you're coming in at the ground floor, you will not have access to that seasonal activity. But if you have the Season Pass, then you will. But that's a whole other thing. Next thing I want to talk about are dungeons. So if you go to the tower and hover over right now, there are currently 3 dungeons in the game. A dungeon is a co-op, kind of like a mini raid. If you don't know what a raid is, I'll get to that in a minute. It is longer than a strike. So I showed you the Vanguard Strike playlist, which is you can go through in about 8 to 15 minutes or whatever. But the dungeon is a significantly longer strike with particular mechanics and a unique environment. There's usually a couple of sub-bosses, and then you move on to fight one final boss. It is 1 to 3 players. It's not match made currently, meaning that if you wanted to go into it and beat a dungeon, you would probably be really thinking about going in with a group. Like, it would be a way better idea to go in with a group into a dungeon, especially if you're a new player. They're often very fun. They're challenging. If you want like a taste of what a raid would be like, definitely go check out a dungeon. And then the final activity I want to talk to you about is a raid. Raids are considered to be the end game PvE content of Destiny, and there are multiple raids that you can pick from. They are very, very challenging. Maybe not for veteran players who have gone through them 100 times, know every enemy spawn location like the back of their hand, but if you're a new player, raids are very challenging, but also very fun. Also, they are currently not match made. I know many people in the D2 community, sound off in the chat if you're here, who have been playing Destiny for a long time, never beaten a raid, never even attempted a raid. They walk among us. They are here. It's a challenging activity. It is designed for a team of 6. So if you want to do a raid, you either need friends to play with, or you should go on a LFG website to try and get a team together to do a raid. We're going to have a whole portion later on in the video that talks about important websites that you could use as a new player in D2. Tons of great. Here we have people sounding off in the chat. Never done a raid or never completed one. Epic Heart. Never played a raid. Don't care at all. Yeah, I originally, when I played D2, or when I played D1 rather, I didn't care that much about raids. I was much more of a PvP guy. But over time, raids have become one of my favorite pieces of Destiny content, especially when a new raid is out. If you are a new member of the Destiny 2 community, I strongly urge you, the next time there is a raid day, Bungie will tell you way in advance. They're like, we are dropping the next raid on this date at this exact time. The community goes crazy because it is then a race for world's first. Whichever is the first team in the community to complete that raid, they are awarded a raid belt, like a big WWE gold raid belt. It's kind of cool. And one of my favorite days of the year is when they drop a new raid and everyone gets their team together and the Twitch directory blows up and everybody is watching their favorite content creators and their favorite communities trying to race to complete a raid. It's kind of like an escape the room with people that you shoot. It's a very challenging activity, very enjoyable. You have to kind of work to get to the end game to be prepared to go into a raid. But that is end game PvE in Destiny 2. And now we are going to move on to weapons. This is going to be very interesting. We're going to talk about every weapon in the game very quickly. So I'm actually going to drop down into the EDZ, and we're just going to try out every weapon in the game. I want you to think of weapons under 3 main umbrellas, if you would. There are primary weapons, special weapons, and power weapons. That is how you should think of it. Primary, special, power. Now you might think, looking here, you're like, oh, primary, special, power? Not quite. We have kinetic, which is just another fancy name for weapon slot 1. We have energy, which is a fancy way of saying weapon slot 2. And we have the power weapon slot, which can only be equipped with power weapons. If you're looking at your vault, or if you're looking at the Postmaster, or if you're looking at a third-party app like Destiny Item Manager or what have you, if you're trying to remember, oh, is that an energy weapon? Is that a kinetic weapon? Kinetic weapons always face left. So if you're looking at my Guardian right now, I hover over the kinetic weapon. Every icon of the kinetic weapon will always, forever and ever, face left. Which way is left on my webcam right now? This way. Left. They will always face left. And if you look at energy weapons, they will always, always, always face right. That is how you can quickly tell in the vault, in the Postmaster, how to tell if it is an energy or kinetic weapon. Primary, special, and power. So if you hover over any weapon, I want you to look at the icon up top that says primary. See how it shows a picture of a white bullet that says primary? If it has that icon, that means that your weapon takes primary ammo. So we have a weapon that takes primary ammo. Normally you have a lot. It's very rare to run out of ammo with a primary ammo weapon. They're designed so that you have plenty of bullets to fire. Usually primary ammo weapons deal very little damage. Just because, again, they want you to have a lot of ammo. They want you to never run out of primary ammo with whatever that you're rolling with. Primary ammo is usually very, very abundant. There is a rumor going around that in Season 15, we will have unlimited primary ammo. I've been seeing a lot of speculation about that on Twitter and Reddit. Don't know. Don't live in the future. Nothing is ever confirmed until Bungie confirms it. But for now, this is what primary ammo looks like. It is a white box on the floor. And if you pick it up, just walk over it, you collect additional primary ammo. So anytime you have a weapon with that icon, that little white bullet icon, that means that your gun can take primary ammo. And by the way, guns in the energy slot, so up here we have kinetic, down here we have energy. Energy weapons can take primary ammo too. So right now I am rocking the Devil's Ruin sidearm in the energy slot, and it is firing primary ammo. Just because it is an energy or kinetic weapon does not dictate what ammo the gun will take. Usually that is dependent on the weapon itself. Now let's change to a weapon that takes special ammo. So if you hover over, usually, God help us if we have a shotgun on primary ammo. Special weapons, they're often called. Special weapon. They deal a lot more damage than the average weapon. Weapons like Fellwinter's Lie, a shotgun. Any shotgun in the game is going to run on special ammo. Any sniper in the game is going to run on special ammo. You should think of these kind of like stronger than average weapons that are designed to deal a lot of damage. I don't know if you saw that right there, but a green ammo brick dropped on the floor. If you see a green ammo brick, that is going to indicate special ammo. And special ammo is more rare than primary ammo because, again, they are usually reserved for weapons that deal a buttload of damage. Buttload of damage. So if I have a shotgun right here, boom, you just immediately one-bang that drag. In PvP, shotguns can one-hit. Pretty much any weapon that runs on special ammo is very likely going to be a one-hit kill if used correctly in PvP. So they are very strong. If you wanted to, you could run together two weapons that both take special ammo. You have the ability to do that if you want, but the only problem of doing that is that you're going to run into situations where you are running out of ammo because you are using two weapons that both require green bricks of ammo, which are relatively rare. They don't drop a buttload of ammo on the ground. Oink. So there you go. Special ammo is now divided between both weapons that I have. So that's a general 30,000 foot view on primary weapon ammo and special weapon ammo. You also have power weapon ammo. Power weapon ammo is purple and very rare. You're still going to get it to drop, but it doesn't drop as abundantly as other ammo. Power weapons are usually very strong. Right now I have a drum grenade launcher, which you can fire off multiple grenades before needing to reload. Clearly, if I could land a shot, very strong. Power weapons are, you know, usually whatever you would picture in your mind from a game like Halo, a grenade launcher, a rocket launcher. There are exceptions to that rule. More on that later. But weapons that are really hard-hitting, swords, rocket launchers, linear fusion rifles, those things fall under the power umbrella, and they take purple ammo. And now we can move on to each individual weapon type. So starting off with auto rifles. As far as I know, every auto rifle, I can't think of any auto rifle that runs on special ammo at the moment. There might be one that I'm forgetting, but the vast majority of auto rifles in the game run on primary ammo. They don't do a ton of damage. We're doing a ton of damage now because we're on patrol in PvE, and these are very weak enemies. But yeah, just usually a big mag, full auto, hold the trigger down. You can do a lot of shooting with an auto rifle if you're kind of new to FPS games. It's a very easy learning curve weapon. Point, click. What are you going to do? Moving on to the pulse rifle. This is a pulse rifle. If you're a Halo player, think of a battle rifle. It fires in bursts, and depending on what pulse rifle you have, it could be a 3-bullet burst. It could be a 4 or 5-bullet burst. Pulse rifles are the battle rifles of the Destiny world, and they usually range from hitting incredibly hard to hitting very softly. Usually in Destiny, the amount of damage that you do is tied to how quickly you can pull the trigger. So if it's a very slow firing weapon like the one we have now, it's probably going to hit very hard. If it's a very quickly shooting weapon, it's probably going to do less damage overall. And why don't we move on to scout rifles, which I don't think I currently have one on me. Super unfortunate. If I just go to dim real quick and talk to it the nice way. Come on, buddy. Give me a gun here. There we go. Scout rifle. Scout rifles are designed for long-range combat. They are usually single shot, designed with a long-ish scope in mind. There are exceptions to that rule. There are some scout rifles that are good at mid-range combat. It really depends on the weapon. But overall, if you like firing or engaging enemies at long range, you should rock a scout rifle. Moving on to the next weapon type. Hand cannons. Oh boy. Hand cannons, dude. By far the most popular weapon type in the game, in PvP especially, is the hand cannon. Think of a cowboy revolver. This is a hand cannon. They look like 6 shooters. Very rarely do they only have 6 bullets. The one I have right now has 11. Usually you're going to find hand cannons in the 9, 10, 11 magazine range. They do very well in PvP because you can peek shoot them, meaning like you can, unlike the auto rifle where you have to hold the trigger down and you have to, if I went back and forth while firing an auto rifle, I would be shooting a lot of bullets into the wall, right? But with the hand cannon, because you can shoot 1 bullet at a time, people like to play the corner game where they go back and forth around the corner. It is a very fantastic weapon for PvP, usually, for the most part. And we are now going to move on to SMGs. This right here is an SMG, aka a submachine gun. And they are all full auto, I believe. Usually they are designed for mid-range to mid to close range combat. If you want to use an SMG, you're probably going to be fine. In PvP, you have to watch out for people rocking shotguns because they are the king of close range combat. You should try to keep it at mid-range. SMGs all run on primary ammo unless there's an SMG that runs on special ammo, which I can't think about, but I don't think that there is. You can also do, they're not bad for aerial combat, like if you jump over a guy and you're hitting them with an SMG. It depends on the weapon and it depends on the role, but SMGs are there. They also run on primary ammo. We will move on to sidearms. Sidearms also take primary ammo. I don't think there is a sidearm that takes special ammo. It is a very interesting weapon, the sidearm. Picture a hand cannon, but much smaller. Whereas the hand cannon is kind of designed for mid-range to mid-long-range combat, the sidearm is really short. It's designed for close to close mid-range combat. They're kind of a forgotten weapon type right now. They were introduced way back into Destiny 1 as a new thing for the ammo economy, which has changed ever since. So right now, they're just kind of doing their own thing. If you like close range weapons, but maybe you're rocking a sniper. So let's say you're rocking a sniper and you don't want to pair it with a shotgun, because then you're using 2 weapons that take special ammo, meaning you're going to be burning through ammo all the time. If you wanted to pair something short range with a sniper that relied on primary ammo, you might pick a sidearm because they're good at close-ish range. Even though they can get punked by shotguns, with the right sidearm, you can do some good work. Bows. I completely forgot about bows. And yes, I'm talking about a bow and arrow. Believe it or not, that is a weapon option in D2. I believe this is the final option that is able to take primary ammo. Excuse me. The bow. So, like you would think for a bow, you draw the arrow back, you can hold it for a little bit, and then you can fire. Now, the longer you hold it back is usually not good. I don't know if you can see way in the middle of my screen, the accuracy cone is getting much wider, meaning that the longer you hold down an arrow in charge mode, the less accurate that arrow will be. If you fire an arrow before you're finished charging, you can see how it arcs down. See that? How it's limping and arcing down the floor. But if you hold the full charge, boom, instant fire. I'm gonna drink a little water here. I believe, with very few exceptions, that if you fire a bow before it is fully drawn, it is projectile. I'm assuming if you're an FPS player, you know what that means. A projectile is something that has travel time. So if I fire a grenade, see how the grenade flies through the air? That has travel time. You can step out of the way of a grenade because it has travel time. The other thing is hit scan. So a sniper has no travel time. If I aim at something and pull the trigger and shoot it, the bullet will instantly connect, meaning that you cannot sidestep a sniper bullet. That is what hit scan is. So when you're using a bow, before you are fully drawn, see how it has travel time? It is a projectile, but when it is fully drawn, it is hit scan. At least that is what I believe. So that is bows in a nutshell. They are usually very good at long range combat. They're kind of like snipers, but because they don't run on special ammo, they don't hit as hard. You have to really use a custom unique build in order to get a 1-kill headshot arrow in PvP. Most of the time, you're going to hit an enemy in PvP and they're just going to take a ton of damage, like an absolute ton of damage. And they're going to have to hide and regen. You can, again, there are certain builds that I'll get into another time where you can get a 1-shot arrow. It is very rare. For the most part, every arrow is going to be a 2-shot kill. And that is all the primary weapons. Now we're going to talk about special weapons. Everybody loves special weapons because in PvP, they can kill in 1 hit. And in PvE, they just do a great deal of damage. Special weapons in general, as I mentioned, do a lot of damage. And we're going to open things up with sniper rifle. Sniper rifle. I mean, like, it's classic, right? Do I really need to explain it? It's got long range killing capability. If you hit somebody in the head, it's going to do a buttload of damage. Obviously, in PvP, a sniper headshot will result in a kill. There are times where if you're rocking a sniper in PvP and an enemy is using their roaming super, then yeah, you're maybe not going to get a 1-shot kill in the head. I forgot to do bows. We'll do bows in a minute. So there are some roaming supers who are really tanky and some snipers that fire very quickly, but they're very weak. In that situation, you might not get a 1-shot kill, but on any regular Guardian, a 1-shot kill is very likely if you hit them in the head, almost guaranteed. Mainly for snipers, people like to focus on, again, if you're a new player, I'll break this down for you. This sniper does not have unique scopes. This one has unique barrels. Some snipers will have a unique scope where it can give you a deeper or shorter zoom. I'm wondering if I can quickly find a sniper on my guy that does not have a barrel. It instead has a unique scope. A lot of snipers these days have barrels rather than unique scopes. Here's one. Here's a sniper. If I can get it to pull over from dim, that would be great. If I can't, well then F me. Come on. Not in the middle of the recording, bro. Not in the middle of the freaking recording. Oh boy. Screw it. I'm going to break down the gun so I have more room on my character. You have a limit of how much gear you can carry, by the way. You need to make sure you know that right away if you're a new player. Come on. Oh my god. Dim is a wonderful third-party app that I will get into later. But for right now, it's giving me the runaround. Okay, here we go. Sniper with a unique scope. So you have... Every gun that you get is going to have a random rolled... They're going to have randomly rolled perks. In column 1 is usually where you deal with the scope. So you can see here, my sniper has a different scope. Most people prefer a short zoom scope because it means that you're more likely to use a sniper at mid-range combat, where a lot of people like to use them. So imagine if you were trying to fight somebody at mid-range and you had the Hubble telescope as your scope. You'd be so zoomed in that it would be disjarring. You'd be like, oh my god, I'm like seeing his DNA. Like you're so zoomed in that you can't concentrate. Compare that to a short zoom scope where you have much more field of view. You're like, oh, I can see what's going on. So people usually with snipers prefer a short zoom scope over a long zoom scope. Just want to make sure people know that. Now we're going to go over the shotgun. And quick reminder, by the way, for new players, that if you're a new player and you change your weapon at any time, you will lose ammo for that weapon. So if you have a bow, and you put on something else, if I put on a shotgun, the ammo won't translate. The game doesn't like it when you change weapons completely. Not when you swap weapons back and forth, but when you change your loadout from one weapon to another. They don't like that. You will lose ammo. So really quickly, I'm going to go over here to the rally flag. I have my shotgun out. If this is where a public event will spawn, we talked about public events already. But if you touch the rally flag, full ammo, full super. So right now, we have a shotgun. As you can imagine, shotguns all take special ammo because they hit very hard. If you had a shotgun that ran on primary ammo, holy lord, that would be a broken weapon because you would have a lot of ammo for a gun that is capable of dealing gigantic damage. So all shotguns for right now run on special ammo, aka the green ammo that we talked about. There is a like encouragement to use shotguns at close range because there is a very harsh damage drop off, meaning if I am standing very far away from a target with a shotgun and I am trying to hit him from super far away, it's going to do next to no damage. It might not even hit them at all because it has a fierce damage drop off. The closer I get, the more damage I will do with a shotgun. That is the idea of the shotgun in a nutshell. Universal remote. Yeah, there used to be a gun back in Destiny 1, God help us, that functioned on primary ammo. But as far as I can tell right now, there is no shotgun in the game that runs on primary ammo. There are kinetic shotguns. There are energy shotguns, but they both take green ammo. Also, a good call from Jared in the chat. There is a difference between a slug shotgun and a spread shotgun. So currently we are using a spread shotgun, meaning if we fire it at a wall or a tree or a rock, you can see that there are multiple pellets coming out of the gun. I think there's what, 12 or something like that? I can't remember. There's a fair amount of pellets that come out of the gun if you are using a spread shotgun. It fires buckshot. There's a different type of shotgun that fires one thick slug round. They're called slug shotguns by the people in the community. Usually they are called precision frame in-game. But if you have a slug shotgun, rather than shooting a handful of buckshot, it will fire one thick round. And I know you're probably thinking, if you're a new player, wow, that sounds bad. Why would you fire one if you could fire many? Well, the benefit of firing a slug shotgun, I'll give you a hug. There you go. Get a hug. Get a hug. Benefit of firing a slug shotgun is that it condenses all that damage into that one shot. So if you were in PvP and you hit a player in the head from middle range with a slug shotgun, they are probably going to die because it is just one shot, all that damage going right into their head. It's insane, insane, unreal damage. Moving on to the next type of special weapon, we have the fusion rifle. Fusion rifles are very, very interesting if you have never played a game that has something like a fusion rifle before. I'm trying to think of what the apt description of a fusion rifle will be. It's a charge weapon. So with a shotgun, with a sniper rifle, if you pull the trigger right away, you instantly are going to just have the weapon shoot, right? It shoots right away. You fire a hand cannon shot, it's going to shoot right away. You fire a bow, you're going to fire that arrow right away. A fusion rifle is a charge weapon, meaning you have to hold the trigger down and charge up the weapon. And when you reach full charge, which doesn't take very long, but if you reach full charge, you will unleash a volley of what they call bolts, energy bolts that will attack your enemy and do a lot of damage. People very fondly in the community refer to them as VOOP rifles. We got any VOOP Nation in the chat right now? So here's a fusion rifle. Again, if I just hit the button, nothing happens. You can see that the gun wants to charge, but it needs more than a hit. You have to actually charge it up. So you hold the trigger down, charge it up, and you just unleash a volley. It's hard to tell because I'm zoomed in. I'll fire with hip fire. See how there's a bunch of bolts coming out of the weapon? A big wide spread? That is what a fusion rifle is. They're very fun. You have to practice a little bit with them in PvP because, as you can imagine, they have a little bit of a learning curve because a shotgun, you can fire a shot immediately. But if you're being charged by a shotgun, you have to be careful that they don't just ape you down. You have to kind of charge in advance a little bit because you have to plan for the charge. So that is a fusion rifle. Now we're going to change to grenade launchers, and I'm talking about single shot grenade launchers. If you heard me talk about power weapons earlier, you probably remember me saying that grenade launchers were power weapons. You're saying, wait a minute, I thought we're still talking about special ammo. We are. Single shot grenade launchers are special ammo. So if you look in the bottom left, we only have 1 round in the mag. Every time we fire a grenade from a single shot launcher, we have to manually reload, which is how you get away with having a grenade launcher in the special ammo slot. So a lot of grenade launchers have an ability where if you release the trigger manually like that, you can control the detonation. If I hold the trigger down, depending on the weapon, you can keep the grenade bouncing around forever. And then whenever you let go of the trigger, it will eventually detonate. In PvP, it's pretty devastating to go into an engagement and perfectly control the explosion. So if that tractor was a person, I just wait for the grenade to get close, manually detonate. If you get a direct shot with a grenade launcher, it'll do a lot of damage, but the manual detonation is the much safer play. We also have a breach. Oh, here we go. We also have a wave frame grenade launcher, which is another form of single shot grenade launcher. Rather than firing something out, you use a waveform grenade launcher to travel along the ground, like so. Another one-shot launcher runs on special ammo. It goes through targets, so if you have multiple people lined up in front of you, you can do big damage to all of them by lining it up and hitting them with a waveform launcher. And that is grenade launcher, special grenade launchers. There is one additional special ammo type called the trace rifle. These are incredibly rare. And it's kind of like an auto rifle. Picture an auto rifle where you fire it and it will just continue firing in a beam as long as you have ammo and as long as you are holding the trigger down. There are currently no legendary trace rifles, which is probably why I forgot to include them on the list. But they do take special ammo, meaning that as long as we're talking about weapons that can take special ammo, even though they are all exotic, I will show it to you real quick. So here we go. Get some ammo. Fires in a beam. See, and this one does something funny where it turns enemies that you kill into an orb. But as long as you are holding the trigger down and shooting, the trace rifle will continue to shoot. It will continue to do damage. These aren't currently very popular. There's one unique exotic trace rifle that is very popular, but for the most part, not a lot of people running around with a trace rifle. They're usually, depending on the current strength of the meta, they're kind of memes in PvP a little bit. They can put in work. They're very tricky to use. It's just a laser pointer. If you want to try it as a new player, if you get an exotic and you want to have fun with it, go for it. But there's a very strict, rigid tier list of trace rifles, and the majority of them are bad for now. And with that, now we can move on. Now we can move on to power ammo. With grenade launchers, remember, every power ammo weapon in the game is going to hit very, very hard. So single shot grenade launchers run on special ammo, but drum grenade launchers have a drum magazine, meaning I can fire many grenades and deal a lot of damage without needing to reload for a fair amount of time. It has a deep mag. If your grenade launcher is single shot, it is a special weapon. If it has a drum mag, it is a power weapon. Grenade launchers are pretty good for dealing big damage to, boss enemies, and for any enemy with a chunky, thick health bar. You can use them to carve through little red health bar enemies, but for the most part, people usually like to save their power ammo for dishing out big damage, for the most part. And let's move on to the classic power weapon, the rocket launcher. Oh, the rocket launcher. Really doesn't need an introduction. If you're familiar with any FPS game, you should know how a rocket launcher works. You fire one rocket, it does really, really big damage, large blast area. If you look at your rocket launcher's stats, every weapon has stats. The blast radius, let me make sure my camera's not covering that. The blast radius bar is usually what you're looking for in a rocket launcher. The higher the blast radius bar, the wider the blast radius will be when you shoot a rocket. And if you're wondering, yes, you can kill yourself with power weapons, especially the rocket launcher, so you have to be really careful about that. Moving on. Ooh, swords are very fun. Swords are very, very fun. Do I have a sword on me right now? I have the Temptations hook. It's not going to look like a sword. Well, it kind of will. It's like a curved sword. Currently, I have no ammo. If you have no ammo, your sword is not going to be visible. Quickly travel over here and get more ammo. Swords are one of the few weapons in the game, maybe one of the only weapons in the game, that will put you into third-person mode. Third-person mode. As people in my chat are mentioning, there are unique rocket launcher variants. There are some rocket launchers that can track towards you. That is true. I don't want to try and get into every single weapon subdivision because we'd probably be here for a long time. What's up, gamer? So swords, you can swing them around like so. You can just kind of keep going. Every time you take a swing, you are using ammo. It's kind of funny to think about that swords have ammo. I didn't even think about that right away. You'd think like, oh, a sword. Finally, a weapon I can use that doesn't require ammo. No, they require ammo. Just like every other power weapon. Every time you take a swing, ammo will go away. There's also a heavy swing, which you can do. And the sword I have, don't look too deeply into this, but I can chuck a projectile with the heavy swing. The heavy swing on a sword will take up a larger chunk of your ammo. As you can see, every time I do a full power swing, it's taking about 8 of my ammo away. So you will run out of ammo pretty quickly if you're sword spamming, but it's a very fun weapon, really enjoyable for crowd clearing. There are a bunch of swords in the game that deal very heavy burst damage. You can do a big ground pound and just slam a bunch of enemies, but that's kind of a sword in a nutshell. Moving on, linear fusion rifles is the next type. I'm going to be real with you. If you're a new player, I'm probably going to recommend that you don't use a linear fusion rifle. They are not good right now. There is always the chance, knowing Bungie, knock on wood, that they will buff whatever is bad and they will nerf whatever is good. So we could be looking in the future at a world where, hey, linear fusion rifles are top tier, but for right now, they are not. Think of a fusion rifle where you charge it up to fire a shot, but rather than a bunch of bolts flying out all over the place like a regular fusion rifle, it is one condensed shot. So I will charge up and shoot the wall. One shot. Think of it as a hybrid between a fusion rifle and a slug shotgun. Charge it up into one shot. And yeah, like people use them in PvE sometimes. There are a few exotic ones that are very good. Usually exotic weapons will often break the mold because exotic weapons, which we haven't touched on yet, are often very unique. There is the Sleeper Simulant, which is an exotic linear fusion rifle. It fires a huge red laser beam that can ricochet all over. It is very, very cool. But for the most part, linear fusion rifles are bad. Because why would you bring them into PvP to have a weapon where you can charge up a one-shot kill when you can already roll with a sniper rifle, which requires no charge up and can also give you a one-shot kill and doesn't require power ammo. So that is the linear fusion rifle. Some of them are good. Usually the exotic ones are pretty good, but the legendary linear fusion rifles definitely do need a little bit of help. And we covered everything except for machine guns. Why don't we quickly cover machine guns, which I have 14 bullets with, lol. Is there another public event nearby that I can go to? That one is full. Why don't we go over here? Okay. Machine gun. Pretty straightforward, right? It has a huge, huge magazine. That is the benefit of a machine gun. Whereas a rocket launcher or a grenade launcher, their goal is to do big burst damage to a target all in one go. The machine gun, I think, the power fantasy there is to have a lot of ammo and maybe to use it to mow through lower health enemies because it can shred really, really quickly through low health enemies. Can it do well against boss enemies? Yeah, it can, but like usually if you want big burst damage, you're going to go with a rocket launcher. You're going to go with a grenade launcher. You're going to go with a exotic linear fusion. You're not going to go with a machine gun. There are exceptions to that rule, but yeah, for the most part, machine guns, big magazine, hold the trigger down, a lot of damage, or a lot of ammo. They can be used in PvP pretty effectively because you have more ammo. You might have the ability to make your mag last a little bit longer. Again, really good for trash shredding. I think that Bungie in the future is going to take a look at re-evaluating what a machine gun does in the sandbox because they're very not popular right now. Frequently overlooked by rocket launchers and swords and grenade launchers and what have you. But that is every weapon type in a nutshell. Now we're going to talk about weapon mods. Every weapon, every legendary weapon, which legendary weapons are usually the highest rank tier of weapons that are not exotic, but we will get to that in a minute. Legendary weapons can be fitted with weapon mods. And if you hover over any weapon mod slot, you will be able to look at what weapon slots or what weapon mods you have available. You will be able to unlock these more in time. There is a way to unlock them. I will cover that when we get to the tower, which I don't think I've talked about yet. There are ways to unlock them, and you don't have to worry about weapon mods like, oh, if I use one of them, can I not use it on another gun? No, they have unlimited use, meaning that once you unlock the targeting adjuster mod, once you unlock Icarus grip, once you unlock counterbalance, every one of these mods, you can use them forever and ever and ever. They never go away. You just need to pay Glimmer to apply them to your weapon, but you can change them at will. I can put on any different one. It's only going to cost me Glimmer to change them. You can use as many as you want. Twitch chat having a good right now. They're having a good time right now. Say hi to YouTube, everybody. Say hi to YouTube. So we're really quickly going to go through every weapon mod in the game for a legendary weapon and explain what they do, which ones are currently good, which ones are currently not that great. We're going to quickly go through. Targeting adjuster. This is a very good weapon mod. If you get this, odds are a lot of your PvP weapons are going to be equipped with targeting adjuster. It's kind of the baseline weapon mod. And if you don't know what to put on a weapon, you can always do targeting adjuster. It gives you better target acquisition, which is Bungie code for aim assist. So aim assist, if you know about FPS games, the ability to land shots a little bit easier, the bullet kind of curving towards the head a little bit, bullet magnetism, as it's often known sometimes. But targeting adjuster will give you a slight bump, I think about a +5, I can't remember, to your weapon's aim assist. Very good weapon mod. Now we have boss spec. Boss spec is usually used in PvE. Scratch that, only used in PvE, doesn't do anything in PvP. It will give you improved weapon damage against vehicles, which are rare, but they are there. And more importantly, bosses. So if you have a big, strong power weapon like a rocket launcher and you want to do even more damage to a boss enemy, you can put on a boss spec on your weapon. Counterbalance. This one is confusing. Every weapon in the game has a recoil stat. We will cover the recoil stat at the end of the video when I'm going over really good websites that you can use to be better at D2. There are third-party websites that keep track of every weapon's recoil stat. I'm really kind of ticked off that for new players, recoil is very tricky to understand. I have a video on everything about counterbalance alone. It kind of deserved its own video. But for right now, it will change the recoil direction of your weapon. There are some weapons that have a natural recoil direction where you fire and it kicks to the right. There are some that you shoot and it kicks to the left. And your counterbalance mod can change that. I really recommend watching my entire video on counterbalance if you want to dive really deeply into that. Usually people will put a counterbalance weapon on a fusion rifle or a pulse rifle to give a more vertical, straight up and down recoil direction. Backup mag, very easy. Very, very, very easy. You put on the backup mag and your mag number will go up. So if you can see right now, actually you can't, my webcam is probably blocking, but my hand cannon has 11 shots in the mag. I put on the backup mag and we bump it up to 14 in the mag. That is definitely a good baseline weapon mod. If you don't know what to put on your gun, more ammo is always good. It's not 3 bullets every single time. It depends on the weapon. So an auto rifle might go up more than 3. Our current hand cannon has only gone up by 3. Okay, freehand grip. Better accuracy and ready speed while firing from the hip. Not often, but sometimes there are weapons that you're going to want to fire from the hip. More often than not, there'll be exotics. There's an exotic hand cannon in the game that was designed to be fired from the hip. Sometimes you might just have a weapon that you enjoy firing from the hip. Maybe an SMG, I don't know, maybe a sidearm. If you like that kind of stuff, you can roll with freehand grip. Normally for me, I'm probably going to be ADSing a lot of my weapons. I really only care about hip fire on weapons that are really unique, like that hand cannon that I told you about where you fire from the hip called the Last Word. I don't very often use freehand grip. The ready speed is nice though. If you have a grenade launcher in the power slot and you're playing PvP, so if you're doing PvE, you probably want the boss spec. But if you're doing PvP, you could put on freehand grip. So if you're running around, you want to, like, you're running around a corner, you find an enemy. Oh, I want to shoot him. I'm not going to ADS the weapon. It's a grenade launcher. I'm probably just going to hip fire. So I want that quicker ready speed firing from the hip with my grenade launcher. That's one of the rare opportunities I would put on the freehand grip. The Last Word can't use freehand. I'm aware of that, which is why I'm commenting on weapons that I like to hip fire. Guys, did you mishear me? Did I said I must have phrased that poorly. Let me rephrase what I said. Freehand grip. I don't like firing weapons from the hip unless they are designed to do so, like the exotic weapon, the Last Word. However, exotics can't use weapon mods. So again, I'm trying to say that I don't use freehand grip a lot because the only weapons that I use to hip fire are ones where it is kind of built into the weapon, like the Last Word. If I phrased that poorly, I apologize. Usually I will only use it on like a PvP power weapon where I'm not going to ADS it like a grenade launcher and I want to just shoot it right away. That is usually what I use for freehand grip. I don't do it on, some people do fusion rifles hip fire. That's heresy to me. Always ADS your fusion rifle. Do not hip fire a fusion rifle. Don't do that. Unless they're right in your grill. Icarus Grip. This is a top tier weapon mod. If you are a new player, you are at the tower and there is the Icarus Grip weapon mod for sale, you should buy it. 100%. This is a top tier weapon mod. If you have a hand cannon and you don't know what to put on it, usually it happens with hand cannons. If you have a shotgun and you don't know what to put on it, Icarus Grip is the way to go. SMGs, sidearms, anything you can put Icarus Grip on where you like jumping in the air to shoot, it is really, really good. Bungie does not like people fighting in the air. If you are shooting a weapon in the air and you look at your weapon's accuracy cone, when you jump in the air, when you shoot in the air, it will bloom out. They don't like people shooting in the air, but they still have options like this. So Icarus Grip slightly will improve your accuracy when firing in the air. And if you get to high level PvP, you're going to find a lot of people jumping around in the air, a lot of aerial combat. It's very, very popular at high level play. So when you get Icarus Grip, try it out. I need to make sure you know, your aim will not be perfect. You look on your HUD for your accuracy cone and your aim assist cone. Every time you jump, you're going to watch the accuracy cone way bloom out, which is bad. You want to have a tight, secure, toit like a toiger accuracy cone. See that? When you jump in the air, how the accuracy cone on your weapon gets wider. Bungie does not like it when people have gunfights in the air. They want, for the most part, people to have their gun battles on the ground. They want it to be a risk if you jump into the air and fight. And you see how you jump and you shoot and your accuracy cone gets way bloomed out. If you have the Icarus Grip weapon mod, you are going to do much better with landing shots in the air. Top tier weapon mod. Get it, put it on a hand cannon, shotgun, SMG, sidearm. Super good. Moving on. Major spec. Kind of like the boss spec mod that we covered earlier. There are powerful enemies. Enemies that are not quite categorized as bosses. They're thick with yellow bars, but they're not quite a boss. It's the same thing. You put it on your weapon, you will do extra damage to that target. I think the number is pretty slow. It's a low number, right? I think it's anywhere between 6 and 8% damage. I'll check on that later. There's a website that I will plug at the end of the video, which you can learn all about numbers. But for right now, I just want to go through each mod. Minor spec. Extra damage to the low level enemies, the low red health bar enemies. You do more damage to them if you fit your weapon with a minor spec mod. Radar tuner. Interesting one. Kind of a specialist weapon mod. So you will notice in the top left corner that when I ADS my weapon, my radar goes away. It goes away. And the whole benefit of Radar Tuner is that it will immediately return when you de-ADS your weapon. When you un-ADS, it'll come back much quicker. Believe it or not, if you take the mod off and you try to do the exact same thing, it will come back significantly slower. So you ADS without the weapon, you go back. It's like a full half to 1 second delay before you get your radar. Interesting idea. I think most players in the meta right now have adapted to the fact that you're just not going to have radar when you ADS. It's not going to really benefit you that much. It's, I'm sure for some people it might be helpful, but for the vast majority of high-level PvP, you don't often see people rocking Radar Tuner. They're mostly going to go with Targeting Adjuster or Icarus Grip, or depending on the recoil of the weapon, they're going to go with Counterbalance. Moving on. Taken spec. That's kind of an old one. I forgot that was still there. There are enemies in the game called Taken. It's a unique type of enemy that you will fight in PvE. And if you fit your weapon with a Taken spec mod, you will do more damage to the Taken. Targeting Adjuster, we already went over. That was the first one we covered. Radar Booster will improve the range at which radar detects other people. So your radar has a range to it. If we had an enemy all the way on the other side of the map, they would not show up on radar because that would be way too far. But if you put on the Radar Booster, you're pushing out the range of your radar overall. Not to a tremendous amount, but it's not bad. I feel like some people will often put it on a power weapon in PvP because even though you don't have any ammo with your power weapon at all times, you have to pick up the power brick. You can put it on and quickly change to a power weapon to push out the range of your radar. It's kind of a little sneaky beaky thing you can do with that weapon mod. Next up, we have Sprint Grip, which temporarily increases the weapon's ready speed and ADS speed after sprinting. Not bad. I don't know a lot of people who do Sprint Grip. You would think that it would be very beneficial on a shotgun because, again, the whole power of Sprint Grip is to make your weapon more ready when you leave sprinting, right? So even with the benefit of that on paper with shotguns, people still go with Icarus Grip. They go with Targeting Adjuster for the better aim assist. I don't know a lot of people running Sprint Grip. If you're in the chat and you use that weapon perk, that weapon mod, let me know, but I think it's a very rare weapon mod overall. It's very much outranked by Icarus Grip on a lot of weapons. Next up, we have Rampage spec. There is a perk in the game that only appears on some weapons called Rampage. Historically, that is a really, really good weapon perk. If I can find a weapon in my vault right now that has Rampage, I will show it to you. We have a pulse rifle that has Rampage on it. Let me whip that sucker out. Booyah. Rampage is a weapon perk that will give you more damage temporarily every time you get a kill. It's a very short duration. It's about 3.5 seconds. And if you get a kill, you will reset the timer and you also get to another stack of Rampage, meaning you will now do more damage. So it's a really good perk. Does extra damage on a kill. And if you have the Rampage spec, I believe you improve the duration of Rampage from 3.5 seconds to 4.5, which is not terrific. If you really want to lean into the power of Rampage a little bit harder, then yeah, you can go with the Rampage spec. But normally, it's kind of rare. People don't go with it. Again, I think it might be outclassed in PvP by Icarus Grip, by Targeting Adjuster. But maybe if you're in PvE, if you have a weapon in PvE that you really enjoy, and you're rocking Rampage on that, extend the timer with the Rampage spec mod. Dragonfly spec. Oh boy, that one is not used a lot either. So like Rampage, Dragonfly is a unique weapon perk that only appears on a number of weapons where if you get a headshot kill, you get a little explodey boom boom explosion. So the Dragonfly spec will increase the radius and the damage of a Dragonfly explosion. Very simple. I don't know a lot of people who use it. It's a very rare thing to put on a gun, but it is there. Dragonfly spec is great in PvE. Yeah, it's definitely the place to use it. I wouldn't use it in PvP. But yeah, usually with PvE, I'm probably rocking either a minor spec or a boss spec or a major spec. Even if I'm rocking a weapon with Dragonfly, I might not use the Dragonfly spec, but it is there. Moving on. Surrounded spec. Improved damage granted by the perk Surrounded. Is another unique weapon perk. There's a weapon perk in the game called Surrounded, which will only appear on certain weapons if you are surrounded by a certain number of enemies. I think it might be 3 or more. Then the weapon perk turns on and you get extra damage. And the Surrounded spec, if you have a weapon with Surrounded, you will do more damage with the Surrounded perk. Final weapon mod we have to talk about is the Quick Access Sling, which is you swap weapons much quicker for a short duration after emptying the magazine. Usually, the only thing I will ever put the Quick Access Sling on is a grenade launcher, because a grenade launcher, especially one of the special variety, as I mentioned earlier, only has one shot in the mag, meaning you are going to be completely emptying the mag very often. And sometimes you have a grenade launcher which will come with the ability to auto-load itself. That's the thing that some grenade launchers can come with. So you don't even need to worry about not reloading your gun. Because normally you would fire out one shot, switch it, and you'd be like, oh, well, I have to reload it eventually. Why did I switch? But with an auto-loading grenade launcher, you don't have to worry about it at all. You just fire off one, you do the Quick Access Sling. I definitely do that a lot on single-shot grenade launchers. Before we move on, I want to talk to you about exotics. Very important thing to know about. So in the game, there are different tiers of gear. I think you start off with plain white gear, and then above that you have green gear, above that you have blue gear, then you get to purple gear, which are legendary weapons. Usually the vast majority of your loadout will consist of legendary weapons. And finally, you get to exotics. Exotics are not only really, really high tier, but they are incredibly unique. They bring different things to the table. So I will show you just an example of an exotic weapon. So here's an exotic bow. Now, unlike regular bows, you can hit somebody with an arrow from Le Monarch, exotic bow, and they will take chip damage. They'll get poisoned. See the trait right here, poison arrow? They'll take poison damage over time. No other bow does that. We could find plenty more. Devil's Ruin, exotic sidearm. I love it. It's a sidearm that if you charge it up, you can fire a laser beam. Literally, a solar laser beam that will melt through guardians like hot butter. It's just every exotic weapon or armor brings something unique to the table. And if you want to know what each one is, you can open up your Guardian and head over to the collection tab. You can click on the exotic icon and you can go through every exotic weapon in the game. You got all the kinetics right here facing left. Remember, we have all the energy weapons facing right over here. We have all the power weapons. We have every piece of exotic armor in the game. They all give you unique benefits. So then I'll give you a quick example of exotic armor. The Knucklehead Radar for the Hunter. You know how I showed you earlier in the weapon mod chapter that if you ADS a weapon, your radar will completely go away. Well, with the Knucklehead Radar equipped, you have the ability to maintain your radar when ADSing any weapon. Now you're probably thinking, wow, that sounds really good. Why don't you have an exotic armor piece and an exotic weapon on every slot that you have? Not allowed by the game. You are only allowed to have one exotic weapon and one piece of exotic armor at one time. In fact, if I bring over an exotic kinetic weapon and try to put it on while I already have an exotic sidearm, won't work. Exotic weapon already equipped. The game will tell you, it will get mad. You cannot have more than one exotic weapon equipped at one time. So you have to actually think about what exotic weapon you want to bring to the game, whether that be a power weapon, a kinetic weapon, special, it doesn't matter. And the same thing with armor. If I try to equip another piece of exotic armor while I already have one, the game will yell at me and it will tell me, no, you can't do it. You already have one put on. So those are exotics in a nutshell. You really want to try and collect as many as you can because they really offer an extra way to play the game. Everything, again, does something unique and different, so they can really change up your playstyle. Let's talk about armor. So we've already talked about power level, but beyond that, we've already talked about the 6 key stats. So if we open up our armor, you'll notice that armor has energy. What does that mean? What is armor energy? Well, every piece of armor can be equipped with armor mods, usually 4. There are some pieces of armor, raid armor. Do I have any raid armor on me anywhere? 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 No. Great guide, Fallout. There are some pieces of armor that have a 5th armor slot, but for the most part, legendary armor will have 4 slots available for you to put an armor mod onto the armor. And the energy shows you how many mods you can put on, because each armor mod has a cost. Meaning, if I hover over this armor mod right here, the one with the picture of the sniper on it, sniper rifle targeting, 5 energy cost. Think of 10 as your absolute maximum pool. How much can you put in? So right now, we have 2 from that one, 5 there, 2 there, adding up to 9 total. Meaning, if I wanted to, I could find another armor mod that would cost only 1, and I could equip it. Now, normally when you get a piece of new armor, it's going to be not all the way leveled up. It'll be anywhere between 1 to 3 or 4, something like that. If you look here, we have a piece of armor that has only 3 energy. If I want to upgrade it to 10, meaning it can hold more armor mods, I would need to pay Glimmer in legendary shards, things that we'll go into later. But normally, you want to try and get a piece of armor all the way up to 10. And then fit it with whatever you want. If I tried to equip this piece of armor with an armor mod that cost 4, you can see it's not letting me do it. But if I pay the money, in-game money, not real money, to upgrade it to level 4, now it can take a 4 energy armor mod. There you go. That is armor mods in a nutshell. I could go through each and every armor mod, dear Lord. I can give you a brief... Actually, you know what we can do? We can go over each type of armor mod, So the first slot here of armor mod is usually something that you can do to boost one of the 6 primary stats that we went over earlier in the video. So you can bump up your, let me take one of these off so I have more room. You can bump up your discipline. You can bump up your strength. You can bump up your intellect, your recovery, your mobility, your resilience. You can bump one of your 6 primary stats in the first slot of any piece of armor. Second slot. The second and third slot is identical, meaning that you can put the same type of mod into slot 2 and 3. Here's where things get a little complicated. Across every armor piece, if you look at slot 1, you can always do the same thing. You can always boost one of your primary stats by putting the same type of mod into slot 1. Slot 2 is different depending on your armor. It's going to be different depending on if it's a helmet, gauntlet, chest piece, leg piece, class armor, what have you. So we're starting with helmet stuff. There are some unique mods here that will give you bonus energy to your super on a melee kill. Same thing for a grenade kill. But most of the time, I'll just give you a vague overview here. For helmet mods, the two most important things that people do are either ammo finder or weapon targeting. Those are the traditional most popular armor mods on the helmet. So ammo finder, if I was out in PvE with a grenade launcher heavy build, maybe I have a special grenade launcher and a grenade launcher in the power slot, I would probably want to go with grenade launcher ammo finder, because that way I have more of a chance that any enemy I kill will drop grenade launcher ammo. That is what that means. You are improving the odds of anyone you kill dropping ammo for the gun that you are carrying. And the other helmet video is going to be targeting, any type of weapon targeting. So remember the weapon mod that we saw earlier, the targeting adjuster weapon mod. This is kind of like that. It will improve your aim assist with any particular weapon type. So if you want to use a hand cannon, you go into PvP, and I want to be more accurate with my hand cannon. You equip hand cannon targeting to improve your aim assist with that type of weapon. The fourth armor slot on any piece of armor is usually related to some end game types of armor, which I feel like would be better explained in another video. There are certain ways to play the game, unique build opportunities given by Bungie. Things like Charged with Light, if you want to look that up. Things like Warmind cells. Things like, where are they? Elemental wells. Usually there are unique loadout opportunities, and all those are usually found in the fourth armor mod slot. If you want more info on Charged with Light, Warminder, Elemental Well, did I say Warminder? Charged with Light, Warmind Cell, Elemental Well, there you go. You can look all of that up individually, but each of those armor mods usually are found in the fourth slot on your armor. Moving on. Okay, Gauntlet armor. First slot is the same thing that I mentioned. You can bump up any one of your stats, but the second slot is usually reserved for, forgot about these. Fastball, which you can throw grenades further. Very helpful. People usually do a loader mod. So if you're rocking any type of weapon, you can bump up how quickly you reload that gun. Let's say you love auto rifles. You love to use them. You want to put on the auto rifle loader, meaning that anytime you use an auto rifle, you will reload it quicker. Same thing for the fourth slot, by the way. Again, often used for a unique build strategy by Bungie. Oh, and I also forgot in column 2 and column 3, you have the dexterity mods. And what those are, if you have, you know how you have a primary weapon and like a backup weapon? If you swap from one weapon to another, the dexterity mod will help you change quicker. So let's say you have a hand cannon and a grenade launcher, right? And you put on the grenade launcher dexterity mod. Next time you have your hand cannon and you swap into a grenade launcher, you're going to swap it much quicker. That is what the dexterity mods do. Chest armor. Slot number 1, same thing. You can bump up any info on your primary stats in slot 1. And slot 2, you have a couple options for PvE and a couple options for PvP. For PvE, you have these resist mods, which very much come in handy when you're fighting, you know, in a raid, in a strike, whatever. You can take less void damage. You can take less melee damage right there. You can take less sniper damage. And the second thing that's very handy for PvE is your ammo reserves. So if you have a weapon that's going to have a lot of ammo, you want it to have more ammo, you can put on a reserve. So let's say you only are allowed to carry, I don't know, I'll make up a number, 8 rocket launcher shots. Put on the rocket launcher reserve armor mod, boom, cranks it up to like 10. That is pretty handy for PvE. And in PvP, what people do is they do targeting, or excuse me, unflinching. Targeting is on the helmet. So when you get shot in PvE or PvP, you will get flinched. Meaning if you take damage, your weapon will kick up. That's what flinch means. You take damage, you get shot, you get hurt, your weapon will kick up. If you have an unflinching armor mod, then it is reducing the amount that your gun will get kicked up when you take damage. That is really very frequently used in PvP. If you're a PvP player, you're going to see people all the time doubling down on the unflinching armor mods. Leg armor. I'm really hoping none of this will change drastically in Season 15. If it changes drastically in Season 15, we will have to maybe redo this part. But for now, boot armor is heavily leaned towards two things. One of them being traction, which actually might change in Season 15. If I had to bet money, I think that they're going to change traction into a setting rather than an armor mod. Dylan from Bungie mentioned on Twitter that tomorrow's TWAB, again, we are recording in Season 14, is going to include talking about traction. So I'm guessing that they're going to take it off of leg armor. But until they do, for right now, traction it'll give you a tighter turn radius while sprinting. People on controller, a lot of them, not all of them, really like traction. And the second thing is ammo mods. That is really very popular on leg armor. If you're running leg armor and you're not using a scavenger ammo mod, you're doing it wrong. So when you find ammo in the wild, we've shown you earlier, you find ammo, you walk over it, you pick up ammo, right? If you have a scavenger mod, you will pick up more ammo. So if I have a shotgun and I'm in PvP, it works in PvP, by the way. Don't listen to people telling you that it doesn't for right now. Ammo drops on the floor. You pick it up. You have a shotgun. You've picked up green ammo. You now have more ammo than you would have had before. And as of right now, don't know what's going on at Season 15, but for right now, these two armor mods will stack, meaning if you have double shotgun scavenger and you pick up a box of green ammo and you have a shotgun, you will get a buttload of ammo, like a lot. That is usually what people do for leg armor. And the final piece of armor, we have your class armor located down here. It's different for each class. Hunters get a cape, which is totally bullshit, by the way. Hunters get a really cool cape. Titans get a dick towel, and Warlocks get a bond that wraps around their arm. That is what they get. Each class has a different unique piece of armor. So for the first slot on your armor mod, it's the same thing. You can bump up any of your primary stats. The middle is kind of, these are more unique, tied towards like your class ability, stuff like that. So if you use your class ability, you reduce your melee cooldown. If you do your class ability, you reduce the cooldown of your class ability, stuff like that. And again, the fourth armor slot on your class armor is tied to unique builds like a Charged with Light build, a Warmind Cell build, or an Elemental Well build, which you can look up later if you want. The final armor mod I want to cover is these. There are more than these, but any of these within your gauntlet armor. Anything that says Unstoppable, anything that says Overload, anything that says Anti-Barrier. You can usually identify those really quickly in your artifact. Excuse me. Every season, they will change the types of armor mods that drop on your artifact, but they all do the same thing. There are enemies in PvE called champions, and they can only be stopped or disrupted if you hit them with a weapon designed to combat them. So, for example, an Unstoppable Champion. An Unstoppable Champion in PvE will keep charging you forever until you hit them with a weapon that has an Unstoppable mod on it. So here we have Unstoppable Sidearm. Let's say we're being charged by an Unstoppable Ogre. How do we fight them off, right? So we have to make sure that, first of all, we have an Unstoppable Sidearm on, which we don't even have unlocked on the artifact right now. Pretend I did for a minute. So you would put that on your armor, and then you would hit that enemy with a sidearm. So yeah, that is the point of Overload, Anti-Barrier, and Unstoppable. Each one is designed to fight a specific type of champion. And before you go into a PvE activity, it will usually tell you what types of champions you will expect. Like if I'm to load up the Grandmaster Nightfall right here, and you, oh god, what have I done? What have I done? Load up the Grandmaster Nightfall. It'll tell you right there. Champion, Unstoppable. Champion, Barrier. It'll tell you. Those are the 3 types of champions that you're going to fight in PvE. The other one being Overload. And each of those those armor mods will help you fight a champion that way. The next thing we're going to talk about is the economy. Items. Items in your inventory and the overall in-game economy. This is hopefully something you can wrap your head around relatively easily. The main currency in the game is called Glimmer. Glimmer in Destiny is just money. If you're walking around in PvE, pretty much anything you do will earn you Glimmer. You can shoot enemies. They can drop Glimmer on the floor. You complete an activity, you can get Glimmer. If you have a weapon or a piece of armor, you can break it down and you will receive Glimmer. Glimmer is the main currency in the game. If you want to change your armor mod, if you want to change a weapon mod, it will cost you Glimmer to do that. So it's usually a good idea to make sure that you have a lot of Glimmer. Again, it's very fortunate that pretty much most things you do in the game will award you with Glimmer. The other main item in the economy that you need to think about is, oh yeah, thank you very much. Glimmer will cap, by the way. Capped, thank you very much. Capped at 250k. Didn't used to be that way. I think it was lower, but now it's 250k. So if you have 250,000 Glimmer, which good for you, if you try to get more, the game won't give it to you. But usually I find myself equipping and unequipping mods very frequently to the point where I don't really find myself at the Glimmer cap. The other important item in the economy are legendary shards, which you get from breaking down legendary and exotic items. So if I were to go into my character right now, I don't want to break any weapon down. Is there any weapon I can break down here? I could probably break you down because I don't care about linear fusion rifles. If you break down a weapon, boom, I immediately am rewarded with several materials, some of them being legendary shards. Legendary shards are used for various things, including, I think, don't you need legendary shards to level up your armor? Yeah, you do. Leveling up your armor. It's used for many things, usually buying things at the tower, depending on who you're talking to. Most things in the game will cost either Glimmer or legendary shards. And if you're if you're playing Destiny for even like 1 hour, you will be falling over so much loot that you'll have plenty of Glimmer and plenty of legendary shards eventually, because you're going to be breaking down a ton of stuff. Those are the main 2 things. There are other things that you should know about too, including planetary materials. So if you go to any planet and you walk around, you might notice that there are things on the ground. I could actually probably go show you real quick. I could probably go show you. Why don't we go to the EDZ? Go back to good old Trostland. Each planetary location has a different material associated with that planet. So for Data Lettuce is what? The Nessus location. The helium filament is the moon location. Each planetary location usually has a material that you can find or be rewarded with if you are doing things on that planet. So right now we're on the EDZ. Oh my god, I forgot that I made the FOV blown out for the accuracy cone thing. Dear God, that was frightening. You can put things on your ghost that will help you locate planetary materials. I don't want to do that right now because I'm lazy. And I'm sure that in a matter of time, I will run into, of course, now that I'm looking for one, can't goddamn find one. Don't make me put on the ghost shell. Here we go. Dusklight. There we go. Planetary material. It's sitting right there. You can pick it up. Boom, you collect it, it goes away. You get a little Glimmer from doing that too. And in time, it'll regenerate. Every time you go into a new area, there are, you know, RNG locations. It's not always going to be in that one spot each and every time. You have to kind of walk around, Find the planetary materials. Again, your ghost can have a thing on it which can help you find them quicker. Forgot to cover the ghost. Maybe we should do that another time. But that's what planetary materials are. They're not often really important. If you find a chest, they can often contain planetary mats right there. Yeah, glimmer and planetary materials. We got both from opening a random chest on that planet. But they can be important, and they're also very important for Spider, who I will talk about later. Very important NPC. Next thing you should take care to learn about are mod components. So I showed you all the armor mods and all the weapon mods earlier, things that you can use to make your gun perform a little bit differently. Armor mods that you can do to either have more ammo or have more stats or aim your weapon better or throw grenades farther. All those mods, trying to buy them from a vendor at the tower will require mod components. So that's important to remember. You can get them from dismantling any legendary weapon or armor mod. So, you know, I mean, eventually you'll be falling over more. I think when you're a starting player, you're a new player, you're not going to have a ton of mods right out the gate, but the more you have them, you know, again, you don't need to use one per gun. They are unlimited use items. So you only need to unlock them the one time, and then you have them forever. But if you want to buy a new mod at the tower, you have to have mod components. Next thing that you have to take care to know about is the upgrade module. Very important. If you remember from earlier when I talked about power level, I mentioned that you can infuse a higher power level weapon into a lower power level weapon. So if you have a weapon that you really enjoy, and it's not at the highest power level, and you get a new weapon that is maybe not that great of a weapon, but the power level is very high, you can infuse it into the weapon that you like. But every time you do that, it is going to take an upgrade module. Like right now, I can't, even if I wanted to, where is it? Infuse this bad boy. Even if I wanted to infuse it, I wouldn't be able to. Oh, I do, because I have one upgrade module, but I only have one. Meaning if I wanted to do it, I could only do it the one time. Enhancement prisms. Now we're getting into kind of the end game of material items. And there's a whole bunch more that we're not going to go into because some of them are very, very specific. If you want to look up what they do, feel free. But I'm going over what I think is the most common source of, or what the most common items are that you would need to learn about right away. Enhancement prisms. You can get them from usually relatively challenging activities, and you can buy them at the tower, but they're going to cost a lot of money. Enhancement prisms are for when you are leveling up your armor. Usually once you get past, I think, the level 5 or level 6 factor. Is there anything here that I have that is close? Here we have a chest piece at level 5. So I level it up real quick. I level it up again. If I want to take it to level 8 energy, I have to now, in addition to spending glimmer and legendary shards, I have to spend an enhancement prism. It is usually for leveling things up to the highest power that you can. And the other thing which is tied into that is the ascendant shard. These are very rare. You can only carry 10 of them at a time. You get them from really challenging endgame activities like Grandmaster Nightfalls. They can drop very frequently. You can buy them, but again, they cost a lot. And if you were to masterwork a piece of armor to level 10, it would require a Ascendant Shard. And the final thing I want to cover on the topic of the economy is a very unique vendor named Spider. So if you go to the Tangled Shore and you drop down at Thieves Landing, I will show you how to get to the Spider. He's a really important NPC for new players to learn about. You can use him to shift around your economy a little bit better. Every day, Spider is selling certain things. He's selling, hey, you know, I'll sell you Glimmer if you give me this item. I'll sell you Legendary Shards if you give me that item. So it's important to go in and make sure that you know what Spider has available. Because sometimes if you're low on any particular, if you're low on Glimmer, if you're low on, I don't know, insert planetary material here that you need for something specifically, you go to Spider. Usually he's got a pretty good deal. You have to walk kind of a fair amount. I think you can actually ride your Sparrow in here. Yep, as I say that. Some guy rides the Sparrow all the way in. And here is Big Daddy Spider hanging out on the Tangled Shore. And you go talk to him, and he always has a really, usually very cracked inventory. Today he is selling enhancement prisms for legendary shards. That's a pretty good deal. If you're low on these, actually 400 shards, I don't know if that's a good deal. But he always has interesting trades available. And if you want to pick up one of his bounties, you can earn Glimmer and XP from doing a Spider bounty. Very important to know where he is. If you're low on anything, go check out Spider. Enhancement cores are used for a lot of things in the game. They're required for upgrading gear, you know, maybe picking up a bounty. Like it's, no, actually, I don't think there's anything. It's usually for leveling up gear. And I think for mainly related to gear. Like if I showed you a piece of low level armor, this is at 4. If I take it to 5, okay, there we go. In order to take it to level 6, you need an enhancement core. There are plenty of things that you can do that require an enhancement core. It's usually enhancement cores, upgrade modules, enhancement prisms, and ascendant shards in relation to improving your gear, improving your armor. That's usually the main 4 things that you need to know about. Next part is the tower. If you're a new player, you're going to spend a lot of time visiting the tower. This is kind of like our home base, our home operations, our HQ for all the guardians in the game. You can always, usually when you're done with an activity and you want to kind of, you know, reset mentally, or if you want to check your gear, you want to pick up more bounties, you want to check out what the vendors have, you want to go to the tower. So you fly into the tower, and the first time you're there, it might be a little confusing. You have your map. You can tell which vendors are where. There's usually 3 sections, I think people would agree, to the tower. You got the regular courtyard. There's the hangar off to the left and the bazaar off to the right. So the hangar's over there, the bazaar over there. But there are plenty of things at the tower. So the first thing you probably want to check is when you're at the tower, you want to head over here. This is the postmaster. Anytime you're in an activity and the activity drops you gear, if you're out patrolling in PvE and an enemy drops a weapon that you forget to pick up or you didn't even see, it will get auto teleported to your postmaster if you leave that activity without picking it up. Same thing for PvP. If you're in PvP, if you finish a game and the game rewards you with a weapon or a piece of armor and you don't have room in your Guardian, I very frequently don't have room in my Guardian, it will be auto teleported to the postmaster. And considering how much I have here, you can tell that very frequently you trip over gear in the game. Your postmaster will fill up very quickly if you don't manage it well. I don't. And if your postmaster gets full and you have a weapon or piece of gear out in the wild that would normally, it will get teleported into your postmaster, but eventually old things in your postmaster will get pushed out. So you can lose things forever if you don't manage your postmaster well. So don't be like me. Definitely do manage your postmaster. And the other thing that you can go manage is the vault. Here is the vault. This is kind of your deep, very deep storage locker for any gear that you have. The max that you can put into the vault is 500. If you play with a lot of hardcore, really dedicated people, they pretty much will always have a full vault. If you are a relatively new player, or if you're a veteran, but you're insane, you'll have a really low number, like 100, 200. I know people who have played the game for years, they keep their vault at 100. That is insane to me because the game gives you so much gear. Why not hold on to it? I don't know why people have only about 1 or 200 in the vault. I have mine pretty much near full each and every time, but that is the vault. You can put things into the vault and you can take them out. So if I have a gun of mine that I want to put into the vault, I go into my character while in the vault, I click on it, and boom, it has now been put into the vault. There are ways that you can organize your vault if you want to. If you look over here on the left, you can click this, sort by the newest additions to the vault. You can sort by rarity, you can sort by quantity, or you can just go by default. I usually go by default, but if you want to customize how you look at things, you can do that. Moving on. We're going to talk about NPCs at the tower, or vendors, I should say. Probably the most important vendor at the tower would be Banshee, aka the gunsmith. He's really important, especially for new players. You can do a lot of things with Banshee. If you have gunsmith materials, you can turn them into Banshee and he will reward you with a weapon engram. I can't pick mine up right now because I am full on engrams because I'm a bad person. But if you turn in a lot of stuff, weapon materials, you can get an engram from Banshee containing a weapon within the world pool. It's a very specific term you might hear in the community, the world pool. Any weapons in the world pool are weapons that you can find out in the world while playing the game. Banshee has bounties. We're going to get to that in a minute, but he also has gear. Normally, if you're at the tower, if you're a new player, you want to try to get weapons that are new. If you feel like it has a cool role that you want to try out, like, oh, I don't have a weapon with surrounded, I want to try it out. Go to the tower, buy it. It usually will only cost glimmer, legendary shards. Not that big of a deal. You can also pick up armor mods. Very important. There are 2 people at the tower who sell mods. So Banshee has weapon mods, and there's another character named Ada1 who has armor mods. Their inventory will rotate and change each day. You can also get upgrade modules from Banshee, which enhancement cores, they cost enhancement cores because of course they do, and they cost planetary materials and shards and glimmer. So if you want to buy an upgrade module, you got to be well versed in the other things that I talked about over on the economy. You can also buy prisms and shards, but they are very, very, very expensive. I don't know if you can see if my camera's blocking, but 1 Ascendant Shard will cost 10 prisms, 100 helium, and 50,000 glimmer. Very, very pricey. So real quick, I'm going to take you in the tower to Ada1, another important vendor who has the ability to sell weapon mods, which will rotate. Not weapon mods. She will sell armor mods. Banshee is the guy you go to for weapon mods, and Ada1 is the chick you go to for armor mods. I'm just following this guy right now. I know the tower, if you're a new player, might seem like a maze. You're like, where is he going? You figure it out. It's fairly linear. It looks kind of like a labyrinth, but it is not. It is very linear. So you go down here, and you have Ada1 chilling, and I have not begun that quest. Embarrassing. But she has armor mods here for sale, which again are on a rotating basis. So you go back and you check with her each and every day. If she has a new or a mod that you don't have yet, you definitely need to buy it, because remember, all you need to do is buy a weapon or armor mod 1 time, and then you own it forever. You can put that weapon mod on any weapon. You can put that armor mod on any armor. And like Banshee, Ada1 does sell upgrade modules, same for prisms and shards. Now there's something we're going to talk about, and if you're a new player, you definitely need to learn about. Those are bounties. And I didn't want to show you Ada1's bounties because they're a little different. We're going to go really easy. I'm going to show you the gunsmith weapon bounties. Every vendor, usually, has bounties. You pick them up. So here's one. Calibrate scout rifles against any target. Earn bonus progression with precision final blows and against opposing guardians. So it is kind of a quest. It's a challenge, right? You pick up the bounty. It is a challenge. That one in particular wants me to get kills with a scout rifle. So if we pick it up, which will cost you glimmer, you can now look at it whenever you want. by heading over here to the quest tab. You have all your bounties over here. You can keep track of the progress. And with the bounty, when you complete it, you will get a reward. All you have to do is look at the bounty. It will show you right there what the rewards are. For this particular bounty, you get XP. You can get mod components, which is great. Definitely need mod components for picking up mods from the tower. And you can get an enhancement core. So if you're a new player, it is really important that you are constantly going not only to Banshee, but every vendor before you do any core activity. Oh, can you do the ghost out trick? Oh, you can. I forgot they changed that. That's right. Thank you, Bungie. If you take out your ghost, you can also immediately see what bounties you have available right there with the ghost, which is neat. But if you're going to do any core activity, if you're going to do PvP, if you're going to do strikes, if you're going to do whatever, make sure you are checking what bounties you have. Because if I wanted to go play PvP right now, it would be a smart idea to go talk to Shax, and before I play PvP, pick up a few bounties. Here's one for defeating people. All you need to do is kill 5 people. It's super easy. And you get XP, and you get progress towards your Valor, which I haven't covered yet, but Valor is, I don't want to say rank, but the more you play PvP, the more you will improve your Valor. And as you improve your Valor, you can get rewards tied to your Valor reputation. You can get weapons and gear and stuff like that. By playing a lot of PvP, you up your Valor.
Be safe out there, Guardian.
And let's see. Zavala, if you're going to do any PvE activity, Commander Zavala is over here. If you're going to do strikes, if you're going to do nightfalls, anything related to PvE, you definitely want to make sure that you are picking up bounties. These are changing in the future. As I'm recording this, you're probably in Season 15 watching it right now. These are all going to be gone. These Vanguard tokens. At the beginning of D2, Bungie really went ham on doing a token system that was kind of like their bread and butter. Everything had a token system. They're changing that now over time. So by the time you're watching in Season 15, you won't have Vanguard tokens. But I would bet money that you still would be able to buy gear from Zavala, and you're probably still going to have bounties from Zavala. If you want to do Gambit, and believe me, you don't. but if you're a new player, remember that playing core activities can reward you with a pinnacle gear drop, which is really important to your power level, so you probably do want to play Gambit. Before playing Gambit, like the other vendors, make sure you are visiting the Gambit vendor, who's a man named the Drifter. He's kind of a funny... He's got a weird drunk uncle vibes. He hangs out in the bottom of the tower here. You check out the Drifter. He's got the same thing. He's got quests sometimes. He's got Infamy, which is kind of like PvP Valor rank. The more you play Gambit, you will level up your Infamy. You can get rewards from doing that. You can get engrams. He has bounties. So if you're going to go into any activity at all, make sure that you are double checking. Are there bounties that you can pick up? Can I get a bounty before I do a strike? Can I get a bounty before I do Gambit? Always make sure. Because if you're a new player, it is crucial to get that extra XP, get that extra Infamy, get that extra Valor to get these rewards. Make sure you're always doing bounties. Back here at the tower, there are 2 kiosks that are very important that you pay attention to. This one right here, the Quest Archive Terminal. If there are any quests that you, maybe from, legacy quests or like a New Light campaign, there's a video I have out on my channel on how to get the Night Watch, the curated Night Watch Scout Rifle, which is a really, really, really great weapon. And you don't have it yet. It drops from a particular quest. You can get that quest by coming to the tower, checking out the terminal, and doing that exact quest. This is kind of where you have, it's just a quest archive. It's just a quest archive. That's all it is. Really don't need to get more complicated than that. And the second terminal that you should take note of is the Exotic Archive. If you're a new player, you come here. It's in between both vault options, the exotic archive. This keeps track of exotic weapons. If you're a new player, you can find ways to buy exotic weapons via this terminal. They usually require an exotic cipher, which is an item that you can get through Zur, a unique NPC. If you want to learn about him, skip forward in the video to the part where we talk about Zur. But it requires an exotic cipher, a bunch of glimmer, a bunch of materials, and usually an ascendant shard. I could go through in a different video which exotics are maybe more appealing to newer players. I could do that in the future. That might be an interesting video topic. But if there's any particular exotic that you're thinking, maybe you see somebody on your team in PvE or PvP, or you get killed by a guy in PvP. You're like, whoa, dude, I got killed by the Bastion. What the hell is that? I want to use that. Go to the tower, check out the terminal, and if you find an exotic that really looks cool, or you've heard from a friend that it's great, or something like that, you can get that exotic. Also, there's a legacy gear section. And if you're a new player, a lot of these weapons are sunset, which is a term that you probably don't have to worry too much about as a new player. A sunset weapon is an old weapon from early D2, which Bungie thought they were going to do a system where they wanted to retire weapons that were too old to keep the sandbox fresh. They did it with some, and they kind of got rid of that system moving forward. But there are some weapons that are permanently sunset, meaning that their power is capped. So for Randy's throwing knife, you can't get it, it's capped. You know what I mean? Like, or some of these weapons, you know, like they're sunset weapons. We should move on from that. I don't want to confuse people with sunsetting. But for new weapons, you should, if you're a new player, you should get Fellwinter's Lie. You're probably watching in season 15, but Fellwinter's Lie is not sunset. It is a kind of legacy gear. It's a very, very good shotgun. Unless Bungie changes their plan, they are not going to bring back sunsetting, meaning that every time we get a new season, the power cap will go up and you'll be able to use the Fellwinter's Lie. And it's a very, very good weapon. If you're a new player, check out the Legacy Gear Terminal for exotics you want to get and pick up the Fellwinter's Lie. Now I want to talk about Zur. I can't show you him right now because I am recording this video. What the hell day is Wednesday? How long have I been sitting here? We are recording today's video on a Wednesday, and Zur is a unique NPC who only shows up Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. He is a unique weekend vendor. I will show you what he looks like so you know he's very distinct. God, what a horrifying picture. Could we? Yeah, let's get the freaking small picture here. Okay, here is Zur. He is a tentacle-faced dude with a weird voice, and he only shows up over the weekend. And his location is always random. There are a couple places I will quickly show you on my map where Zur can pop up. And chat, help me out if I forget a location. The EDZ, he is very frequently here. If you go to Winding Cove, and then if you head to the back of the map up on a big hill with a bunch of fallen gear, he will be up there. There's another location that he very frequently is on planet Nessus right here. Or what is it, a moon? I don't know. Planetary location Nessus at the Watcher's Grave location. If you head north, there is a huge red tree, like the size of a building. Zur can often be up in that tree. The other location, he is frequently in the hangar at the tower. So if you're at the tower, which I can show you because I'm right here, we can take a quick trip into the hangar. I think in earlier D2, there were additional areas where he could be. But yeah, I think, chat, you might be right. There are only the 3 locations now. In the future, Bungie might add an extra location where Xur could pop in. But for right now, I think it's only the 3. So if you head all the way over here in the tower, he will pop in right here. Again, Xur will only show up on the weekends. And what Xur brings to the table as a vendor, he has a random collection of exotic armor, 1 per class. So 1 exotic weapon, 1 exotic armor for the Hunter, 1 exotic armor for the Titan, 1 exotic armor for the Warlock. And if you're new to D2, Xur is a godsend because he doesn't have new exotics, but he has old exotics, which a lot of the old exotics are very, very good. There's a lot of new exotics that have kind of fallen flat, and there are a lot of really key pieces of gear that as a new player you're going to want from the year 1. Like if you're a hunter, the stompies have been incredible forever, for years and years. Super good. So the quickest way to catch up on building your exotic collection is to visit Xur each and every weekend. Make sure you pick up all his stuff, and he has an exotic cipher. If you do a quest for Xur, you do his quests and you can collect 1 exotic cipher. I think you can only collect 1 exotic cipher per weekend. Chat, if you could double check that for me. I think that is true. But again, if you head back to the kiosk, a lot of old exotics that you can buy from the exotic kiosk will require 1 exotic cipher. So you have to go to Xur and yeah, check out that stuff. Yeah, Harley Quint, quick plug. If you're new, if you're very new, and if you want to know more about Xur, every Friday I put out a video on my channel that tells you where Xur is and what gear he has. So sub to the channel, baby. The final thing I want to talk to you about are helpful websites. These are going to be huge. Now, in theory, you can play D2 and not use any of these websites. All these are, I'm going to show you, they're third-party websites, meaning they are made by people who are not Bungie. They're made by people like you and me, members of the community who are so driven that they just want to help out. They want to go the extra mile. But I've learned over time that you really can't play without these websites or resources because they are just that good. So I'm going to go through the list of items that I have here. The first website, Destiny Item Manager, DIM. If you hear anyone in the community talking about DIM, this is what they are talking about. So this is an item manager program. There are many like it. DIM is not the only one. There is Ishtar. There is the companion app, I think. There are definitely more. I think DIM is the most popular one. It's the one that I use. So DIM is huge. You can go through your entire inventory across every character. I have everything here on my Hunter. I have everything here on my Titan. I have everything here on my Warlock. It shows me what's in my Postmaster. It shows me what's in my Vault. It shows you everything. Now, normally, if you wanted to change gear from one character to another, what you would have to do would be fly to the tower with character A, dump a weapon in the vault, change to character B, fly back to the tower, go back to the vault, and get your weapon out. Nobody got time for that. So what we want to do instead is use DIM. And I'm on my Hunter right now. Let's say I want to take a piece of gear out of the vault for my Hunter. Let's say I want this machine gun. I click store on my Hunter and boom, right there in game, live, literally live. It will bring you the weapon. You can change weapons or armor across characters. You don't have to go to the tower each and every time. I have known plenty of people who were multi-year Destiny veterans who never used an item management program. That is insane. You have to use a program. Use DIM, use Ishtar, use the companion app, whatever you do, use an item management program. The next website I want to show you is d2gunsmith.com. Write that down, d2gunsmith.com. This is a terrific website that you can use to look up stats on any weapon in the game. There's another website, really identical, called light.gg. That's a really good one too. If you like light.gg, I now kind of prefer D2 Gunsmith, but you can open up any weapon. Here we have the Reese Walker shotgun, and you can check every barrel option. It'll tell you what range, what handling, what stability, what each barrel will do. It'll tell you the numbers behind the reload speed, behind the stability, how much it'll bump up your mag by, what it'll change your rate of fire to. You can see all the perks that can drop on any gun, because not every gun can roll with every perk in the game. Different weapons have a different selection of weapon perks. So if there is a new weapon or a new perk that you want to learn more about, if there's a new weapon and you're thinking, well, what can drop on that weapon? It's like, oh man, I wish I knew what kind of perks I could get on that gun. You can tell. Go to d2gunsmith.com and tinker around. You can click you can search for particular weapons. You could do the cold denial pulse rifle. And you can tinker around with what the stats will be. How much range would I have if I had extended barrel and a range masterwork? It will tell you. It is a fantastic website. I use it all the time at d2gunsmith.com. Massive breakdown. Shout out to my boy Merc. This one you might have to work to find. Just Google Destiny 2 Massive Breakdown. This is a group of guys who are really great. I actually run a podcast with one of them. Our podcast is called Firing Range. We record every other Wednesday. It's a great show. One of the guys on the show, Merc, runs the Massive Breakdown podcast, and he runs the Massive Breakdown website. And one of their features is that they have this gigantic spreadsheet. This is if you're really, really nerdy like me. If you want to know a weapon's optimal time to kill, if you want to know how much damage, hey, how much damage does that hand cannon do? Merc. Massive Breakdown, baby. He will show you. He has tabs for every weapon type. Hand cannon, pulse rifle, auto rifle, scout rifle, submachine gun. It'll categorize everything. So if you wanted to know, hey, what's the time to kill on a 140 RPM hand cannon? He's got you, dude. 0.87 seconds. It has all the stats, the base stats of every weapon in the game. It is a phenomenal document if you want to get really, really nerdy about weapon stuff. Massive Breakdown. Shout out to Merc. Todayindestiny.com. Check out todayindestiny.com. If you're a new player, a very helpful resource. It will tell you what is going on that day and that week. If you didn't know, in Destiny, there are things that reset every day. There are things that reset every week. This will help you keep track of everything. We have the location of the Master Lost Sector. We have the location of the Legend Lost Sector. We have what is the Altar of Sorrow weapon today. What is the Nightmare Hunt for today. Everything that happens, you can keep track of it with todayindestiny.com. And it comes with this very nice timer that will tell you, oh, by the way, the Lost Sector is changing in 17 hours, something like that. Very simple resource, todayindestiny.com. You can check it out. Plenty more tabs. It can tell you what the vendors have. It's a very, very handy website. Make sure you bookmark it, check it. If there's a vendor, armor or weapon mod that, I really need that Icarus Dash, or not Icarus Dash, I really need that Icarus Grip weapon mod. Maybe you don't want to log in and fly to the tower to check. You can just load up todayindestiny.com and you can check to see if Banshee is selling that mod that day. Great website. This is a Reddit user named Courtroom. He is insane. This document right here, I will link this document in the YouTube video description if you are watching on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, I'm sharing the link in chat right now. Do yourself a favor and bookmark that. This is incredibly, incredibly detailed. This will go over every buff and debuff in the game, everything, every perk, every weapon perk, everything. It has all the numbers. So if you go down here to the bottom and you go to the perks tab, we have The weapon perk, Adrenaline Junkie. How much damage does it do? 10% for stack number 1, 21% for 2, 33% for stack number 3. It tells you the duration. It has so much information. If you go to buffs and debuffs, it'll tell you everything that is a global debuff, like the tractor cannon, terms you'll learn later. What are the, how much does Breach and Clear do? 30%. What does the Titan Bubble do for weapon damage? 35%. This is a insanely detailed, super handy website maintained by Reddit user Court. Not a lot of people know about him. I follow him on Twitter. He's very, very smart. It is such an organized document. I will link it in the YouTube video description, but if you're a new player, very key information. If there's ever a perk or a subclass ability that you're like, I want to know how much it does, what are the numbers behind it? Court got you covered. We got through the whole thing. If you stuck with me today, either on YouTube or on Twitch, for the length of today's video, God love you. Thank you so much. If you're a new player in Destiny 2, I get it. It's a very big game. It can be fairly complicated. Sometimes things are hidden in the game. You gotta dig a little bit to uncover information. But I really hope that today's video helped out in some way. I hope that it was at least somewhat informative. If you enjoyed today's video in any way, please do me a favor and click the like button. That will help the video gain traction and get put out to more people. And again, thank you so much. I'm hoping that if you were new and you just used the chapter feature at the bottom to jump to whatever point in the guide that you wanted information on. But thank you so much. Thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to my channel. If you want to join the Nerd Nation fun live, head on over to my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/FalloutPlays. We're at the end of the video. I've been recording for like multiple hours, so I'm stuttering over my words. Sorry about that. Thank you very much for watching. Appreciate all of you. Hope you have fun with Destiny, and I will see you next time.